Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. How's everyone going today? Welcome in, welcome in. Destiny Warriors first in chat, then we got Wicked Clown. Welcome in, gentlemen. How you all doing? It's great to have you with us once again for another session at Dungeons and Gumdrops. It's gonna be absolutely awesome to get another amazing stream in, another amazing Dungeons and Dragons game in. It's gonna be so sick. Like, it's gonna be sick. So the setup's all good. Got the game over here, which you can see on the screen on this side as well. So it's on the right side. We've got the Discord call is gonna be right here. You guys are all right there, and then chat's right there as well. It's gonna be all nice and set up. Got the stream deck all ready to go too. As per usual, it's going to be absolutely awesome fun. So, to give you a bit of a recap from last week's session, we started to, explore a little bit further into this cave. We found the tree. But we also found two of the four adventurers we were looking for. So we kind of conversed with them a bit, as well as someone else. There was a druid, we found out afterwards, that was defending the tree. And pretty much we found out that the tree had grown from a vampire who had been killed by a wooden stake, and that stake was what became the tree. And so the vampire's name was Tatiana. It's linked to Strahd, and pretty much she had been killed, but the tree was how she was being kept alive and how she was still exerting influence. So we killed the tree, we killed Sherwin and the other person that was with them. Let me have a look. It was Sir Bradford, who was the paladin. The ranger had also been turned into a frog. I can't remember the name, but I picked up that bow, so it's a +1 to hit bow, so we're going to be able to do some more nice archery, which is going to be awesome. Pretty much, we all got to level up to level 3. So I chose my specialization. I'm now a Gloomwalker. Very fitting for Aragon in terms of that build. He gets some additional magic, some additional abilities. And it's going to be great fun. So I'm keen. So it's at this point, we've taken a short rest. We're still with Sherwin, who's still alive for a couple of hours. She's written a note to send back to her parents. We've got the rings, so we can go back. Now, it's only a matter of, are we going to go and hack and slash all of these twig blights, which I think I'm going to stop them spreading out, or are we just going to straight book it? I would say let's hack and slash on the way out and deal with them so that they're no longer a problem, so they can't spread out any further. Not gonna do a split the party though. And then make our way out of the Sunless Citadel and get back to Oakhurst. And that's kind of the end of this intro. That does mean the next campaign setting that we lead into is going to be Curse of Strahd. It is going to be a long one as well. But it is going to be absolutely awesome. I'm super keen to continue playing this with you all, to continue having... Now, I think it's this camera. Yes, I got the right camera. It needs to be up a bit higher. It's going to be absolutely awesome fun. We have got, if I just have a quick look, we've got all but 2 of us in chat. I believe we're missing Babaloo this session. And we are just waiting on Enemy. And I know Bird's talking right now, so I'm going to jump back in. We're going to swap over as well. So let's go over the Dungeons and Dragons. And we're going to unmute Discord so you guys can hear what's going on as well. And then I'll unmute.
I had to make a new token that with a dwarf with a sword instead of a...
Yeah.
Howdy everybody, I just started up the stream.
What's up? What are you doing?
He's very happy.
He's trying to get me to do something. I don't know what. What do you want me to pull it apart? Apart? Like this? Yeah, that's what you wanted.
Is
Okay.
that the pull apart stuffy?
Sugar got him this like cooking set kind of thing, and it comes with a bunch of fruits and veggies
I have
that
those.
Velcro together.
Yes.
Ah.
So
Those.
you'd get like a little knife and you can like cut them apart and like put them in half. I thought it was genius. I was like, whoever designed that, that's a really cool idea.
Yeah.
But yeah, he wanted me. The Velcro is really freaking strong though.
Strong, yes. It always has been. It's like a freaking industrial strength Velcro.
Yeah. I was like,
They
this
use
could hold up
better
my whole
Velcro for
computer.
that than they do for like the dog toys that rip apart. That Velcro
Yes.
is crap.
Yes.
You know, children, of course, you know, they have to pry it apart with both arms for extra people and possibly a parent.
Yeah, I keep on joking. The little dude needs a freaking crowbar.
Yeah.
instead of the little plastic knife thing does.
I love it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's why he was giving it to me to pull it apart because he
Yeah.
can't.
That's Bird.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
Unfortunately, she can't hear you guys.
He
'cause
can't hear us.
of the headset.
At least you can see us
Oh,
waving.
man.
Right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Well.
I'm waving.
not it.
Yeah, chat. We're about to get started. So
I had to deal with my house turning into a giant sewer today. So I got
Oh,
to miss
no.
everything I needed to do.
oofed.
Speaking of which, I have to send my lovely Matt a happy birthday. I love you. I'm so sorry message. 1 second.
That was
yeah.
hilarious.
Was
So
it?
chat, to run you through who everyone is,
I just spent 6
right
minutes
across the
with
other side
Arthur.
from me, we've
This
got
video
Balithal.
was freaking.
Then right next to me, we've got Kane. Below me is Box
So what happened?
Nachos.
Did like a
Then
toilet back
underneath
up or
Kane
something?
is
no, I
Bird.
have issues with
And then
my,
underneath Balithal is Sugarsockz. And then
uh,
underneath Bird and
my
Kane
track.
is Firepoison.
And it's really poor.
and then iEnemyBeneath will come in at some point as well.
3 or 4 months, I have to get it like professionally sneaked out.
Oh wow,
And
that
we missed
sucks.
it by like 2 days apparently, and it was like hellfire throughout my basement.
Oofed.
Wow.
Yeah.
So it's like the household like P trap, I guess.
Yeah, pretty much. Like every single thing goes. It's whatever goes through there goes to the main sewer. off
Yeah,
of
it's
the
your
street.
sewer main.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
it's
Yep.
freaking ridiculous. It's one of like the worst setups. Like everybody that I have come in to look at it is like, I've never seen a setup built so poorly. This is horrible.
Well, you said that. I mean, that house was built a decent while back, right?
Oh yeah, 18.
So iEnemyBeneath's going to be a little bit. He's
Whoa, what?
rebalancing
I
his
didn't know
mic
it
and
was
his
that
Go
far back.
XLR.
Wow, you're in like one of the first houses in
So-
America. Okay.
I'm in one of the houses that was built in this area that owned most of the property.
Yeah.
That they split up and built other houses around. Yeah.
No, that's like unheard of in the U.S. I mean, like in Europe and stuff that happens, but like
Mhm.
homes weren't built in the U.S. until pretty late on. I think a lot of people like forget like the U.S. is very young as a country.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, 1840. I mean, I bet they threw that together and stuff, and like
Oh, yeah, you
building
could
codes didn't
actually
exist.
Yeah, when you walk through the house, you can actually see where they put additions on. It was like a cabin.
Wow,
Yeah,
that's
like,
that's
In
pretty
my
cool
floor.
actually.
It is cool. Like when we ripped up my floor, and we found hardwood floor underneath it, and in the hardwood floor you could see all the cut lines of where they started adding and butting things back up together, and the old trap that used to go under the house was in like the center of my dining room.
Yeah, right.
Oh wow,
Yeah. It's crazy.
that's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure it's a pain, but at the same
yeah.
time, kind of cool.
I also can't wait to sell it.
I can imagine.
Ah. We have a love.
That's pretty crazy.
To be honest.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully everything gets worked out and whatnot.
Oh yeah,
Mm.
I mean, if it's what I have to deal with, then now I know. You know, every like, the guy said today. He told my husband, he's like, figure one person. We're all pretty much adults at this point. He's like, one person per month. So every 5 months, you're gonna want to have us come in if you don't have a problem before that. And I'm like, lovely. He's
Gotcha.
like, definitely don't do more than like one load of laundry a day. I'm like, dude, you're lucky I do one load of laundry a week. I'm like, it's really the dishes that are the problem.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it makes sense. That and baths and all that too.
Yeah, it's you know, it's nasty
Yeah.
around here. But
Yep.
with COVID and everything, we haven't left the house. So like my kids wear the same outfit like all week. It's like pajamas every day. Like they don't give me dirty clothes. I have to beg for it. So
Yeah, that's wild.
you know,
Because our sewer main is outside the house. It's not even in here at all. It's literally like right by the sidewalk.
I would
But
hate
we
that
also don't
so
have
much.
basements. So
Yeah, mine is in the basement in my like I have a full bathroom in there. And that they
Wow.
put it in like this little tiny cubby that I don't fit into because I have a big butt. And I have to make sure that like these guys come in and like can like fit into the hole. So when I call, I'm like, send someone skinny because otherwise they're not gonna fit. It's really it's like 6 inches wide, this little doorway that they created to get to the trash. It's ridiculous.
wow.
That's
I'm like,
tiny.
no, not even a chance.
Yeah,
It's
that's
really
nuts.
small.
I always thought it'd be interesting to have a basement because, like, I've lived in Texas my entire life. Basements do not exist in Texas.
It
It's
is-
just not.
It is
something that
interesting.
happens.
It's interesting where you go. Like I grew up, I didn't have a basement. But my husband had a basement his entire life. And their basement is not finished. So it's really like a cellar more than anything. And there's like storage everywhere and you know,
Yeah.
water heaters in there. And my house when we moved in, it was set up as an apartment. So it
Oh,
had
wow.
everything. It had a full kitchen, it had the bathroom, I guess it would be considered like a studio. So it was like bedroom, living room, everything in together. And we put a wall up. So I actually have my office in that room. And my bedroom is the main room on the other side. It's pretty cool. And we
Yeah.
converted everything into a laundry room down here. So
Yeah, no, that sounds awesome.
I can't wait to get out of it. But it has its perks and it has its really bad problems. For example, a few years ago, we had a really bad rainstorm and I had a pergola on my deck and it poured all the water down the foundation and into my basement. So that was fun.
Yeah.
You know, you
I-
have issues with it.
We don't even
Oh,
have
yeah, that's the
basements
main
in
reason
Australia,
basements don't exist
Dragoon.
in Texas
Oh,
is
yeah,
because, like,
But yeah, welcome
we
in,
get
welcome in.
floods
How you
and stuff
going?
all the time around here. So,
Yeah.
and the
Oh,
water
I'm
table's pretty
positive.
high, and then
Mm-hmm.
also like Austin in general.
But welcome
all
in,
of
welcome in.
Austin
Glad
is
to
on
have you
top
with
of
us
basically a
this
giant
morning.
stone disc.
Oh yeah.
So drilling underground, like even
so
past like
difficult.
6 inches, is very difficult. That's why like
Mhm.
building a swimming pool out here
Yeah.
is like
Oh,
50
I can
grand more
imagine.
than it would be anywhere else.
Yeah, we're looking in Pennsylvania at the moment.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I think you pronounced Austin wrong.
I discovered that I don't think I could do the heat because I can't do it here, and I don't think I could live.
It gets pretty hot.
Yeah.
It gets pretty darn hot.
I live super close to Pennsylvania.
Oh yeah.
It's like 3 hours away.
Where are you?
West Virginia.
Oh, you're just the other side. We just meet in the middle. We're good.
Yeah.
West Virginia.
I actually have a buddy who lives in Pennsylvania.
Come on, somebody had to say it, Chad. Am I right?
And my other friends, they
Am I right?
he went to a party in Pennsylvania for New Year's. So it's not uncommon for us to go to Pennsylvania. That's neat.
Yeah, that's awesome. I used to have family in Pennsylvania too. They're in Virginia.
Going well.
Virginia now,
Got
though.
back from vacay a few hours ago. Highlighted my
mean
blade
the
guard bets
interior
and
version,
supper just
right?
arrived.
Oh,
Oh,
Yeah. Yeah.
Sure.
mint,
I'm
Dragoon,
not
mint.
a,
I've been working on some
neither way,
Terminators,
one way or another.
so
I haven't
I'm just
visited
gonna
either, to be honest.
quickly change scenes
I've been
here.
to Virginia before, and it
So-
just feels like a discount version of West Virginia.
I've
if that makes sense.
never been to.
I've been
anywhere.
working
Great
on-
value, West
Arizona
Virginia.
once.
If it decides it wants to focus in,
But at
Some
the same time,
Terminators.
like they have less like
so
drugs there, so I don't know. It's West Virginia, great value.
it's been good. It's been good.
Might tell.
Right. Makes sense.
Hmm.
Gosh.
Everybody's here.
Yeah.
How'd you go getting everything fixed, enemy?
Oh, Babalu can't make it. That's right.
Oh,
Yep.
Forgot.
a mess.
So
I don't know why it decided to completely wipe everything.
Oh, I can't hear a shitting thing you're saying.
Am I too quiet?
No, I had you lowered because your old sound was a lot higher. So you're
Really?
back at 100 now. Yeah, I had you at 80%.
It's 60.
Mhm.
I think I set the same settings. That's weird. All right, cool.
Yosh.
Oh, the mic wasn't all the way up. Am I loud now?
Yes, now you're loud. Damn it. Pick a setting. Yeah, but no, we're looking in PA right now. We have a house there.
Tim, this is going to be a
And we
great
usually
session. I
go
can't wait to see what we end up
periodically,
doing
but we're
here.
heading this weekend.
We're about to
But-
kick off because we got everyone. Babaloo's
I already
missing.
told Bird
which is
whenever
fine.
she gets a house, I'm gonna hide in the basement.
I mean, yeah.
Kane just be
I was
the
actually-
the person in the basement streaming.
Right? Yeah. No, I'm just gonna give him a little spot. I'm gonna let him stream, and then I'm gonna make him, run laps around the house while I cook and clean and yell because that's what I do. I just cook, clean, and yell. Actually, we're looking to have quite a little bit of a home-sustaining farm going on, so that's gonna be fun.
That's
Jealous
weird.
already.
Yeah.
Some
A
homegrown
farm?
babies.
Yeah. Exactly.
A
I would like-
farm.
I would like a cow and some chickens. I'm gonna do the things. I think we're getting some ducks.
Cow
But
and
this is all pre-planning. I love it.
My family owns like a
I'm digging
300 acre plot of land.
Priority targets.
Um,
All guns. Open fire.
Wicked Clan coming in with 100 bolter rounds. Thank you so
We're
much, good
looking
sir.
at
Really
anything,
appreciate. Hope you're enjoying the content, ladies and
really
gentlemen. We're gonna get started here
bummed.
soon.
But that's not working.
One piece of property that was like
I'm so
20
bummed.
acres
Maybe I could
that
fix
was
it. Do y'all want me to fix? I'm sorry, I'm
What
hot
did you-
micing. My bad, y'all.
What did you do?
It's fine. It's fine. It's
You-
okay. I'll just pay
You're
it forever,
good.
sugar.
You're good, sugar. You're good. We
Oh,
all do it at one
God.
point.
You are all right.
Not me. I'm perfect, Scotty.
Oh, come on, box.
I would never
Wait.
claim such a thing.
Yes,
You said
because.
that if I turn on my
Because-
camera, it screws it up, right?
Are you about to turn on your camera?
No, I would never do that.
Oh,
I just remember
look! The
my
first time I
time
heard his voice, I fell apart.
So
The first
No.
time you heard my
voice, you fell apart.
Yeah, because I had no idea what you sounded like, and then we hopped through that call and we were talking. I'm like, oh shit, you have a voice.
I
He
do.
sounds like an asshole, right?
Anonymity is weak.
Oh,
I like
Yeah,
the tone of
yeah.
his voice.
Oh,
It's
goodness me.
soothing.
So funny story
Whoa.
that's also kind of disgusting. So get ready for that,
mean-
you guys.
Oh.
When Fire and I were first dating, and I would sleep over at his place and all that, I would actually have him read me to sleep. Like I kid
That
you
is-
not. Like he
I-
would
no joke,
actually like
I would
read
not
whatever
doubt
story
that.
he was reading. I would have him read it out loud so I could fall asleep.
Yeah, I'm with that. I like
So-
his voice. He's got a nice voice.
Mm.
It's a nice voice.
It is.
It's very relaxing,
Yeah.
quite soothing.
Yeah.
My girlfriend
Well,
is
good. Then-
somewhere
well,
where
now I
instead
can't
she
turn
just
on the
punches
camera.
me until I pass out.
I mean,
well, yeah. Now I
That
can't
is
turn on the
also
camera
what
because the face
Smithy's
will ruin it.
RP character does to his girlfriend. So there's that. just saying.
Oh, Wade.
you know.
It's never not
this
getting
is
brought up in
hilarious,
every
chat.
possible
It's so
way.
good. So
Just
good.
gonna Bring that up.
You guys are being cops, right?
Well,
Yeah.
now it's on stream, so there you
Okay,
go.
so it makes sense.
Wicked Clan, I think she was more referring to the
Jesus.
fact of the
Bird,
context of what's going on.
Are you available most days in the evening?
Yes.
Okay, cool. I want to set up a mod meeting at some point. I have 2 other interested candidates.
Yes, ma'am.
So,
Yeah.
okay.
The only days that I'm not is this weekend. I'm back. I'm leaving
Okay.
tomorrow afternoon, and I am back Monday evening.
Okay, that's fine. I was
Yeah.
hoping to grab something during the week, probably right before one of my streams. So I don't want it to last longer than like 30 to 45 minutes max.
Yeah.
So okay, I'll keep you posted.
You got it.
Yay.
The chapter calls and we answer.
Imagine being in a mod.
Krusty Sergeant coming in with a follow. Welcome to the chapter. How's it going, mate?
I just
great
need
to have
someone
you with us
keep
today.
Ball under control is really what it's boiling down to. I need a babysitter
How you
for
doing,
one of
mate?
my
What's been
mods.
happening?
What are you talking about?
We're here playing D&D
No problem.
with we got Sugarsockz, we got Kane,
Yeah, sure.
Bird, a bunch of the other pipeline families. Absolutely awesome fun.
I
So
would
keen to be
admit that I
able
am,
to play with these
an
guys
idiot,
in this
so-
campaign. We're at session 6.
Have you met
It's gonna be a great
Fire? No,
session.
I don't. I'm very confused.
Fit right in, man. Let's go.
it was a good opportunity to jump on board there. So
An
I
idiot
read
with
that
no free time.
notification and I'm
Sorry.
like, oh,
No worries at all, Wicked Clown.
this is what I like to do. So let me throw my
I
hat, my name
mean,
in that hat.
listen, I've made it. This is it, y'all. Bird's my mod.
That's it, right?
All right.
Look, I've been doing this for many, many years. I don't know if you guys can handle me.
Listen, it's gonna be a competition of who can mod better at this point.
Yeah,
Like we're gonna have fun little mod competitions.
yeah, we are.
It's fine. I'm here for it. Let's go. I'll ban the crap out of you.
We have,
that's
like,
fair enough,
monthly
Krusty.
things,
That's
like,
fair
who gets
enough,
the best
mate.
clip.
Glad that you're able
You
to
have
fill
a
in.
month to submit it.
I
Glad that you're able to fill in your time
has that.
with other streams and support
That
fellow
one that you sent
Pipeline
me and you're
members.
like,
It's
even
absolutely
this is, I
awesome,
think,
mate.
is a little too
How's
far.
everything
I was
going
like,
for you? I've
dude,
been
you
seeing some of your
have
training
to
videos
post
you've been
it.
posting. I hope that's going
Pegged
well.
one? Was that
No.
the one?
Yes, yes.
Yes.
That's what it was.
Oh, it was so good. It was so good.
It's
You know,
so
I didn't even realize that was the one that you were talking about until I was going through my my clips the other day. Because Smithy was asking if I had any from Tampa that were good for him to like look over from my point of view. And then I saw that one. I was like, what is this? And I watched it. And I was like, oh, all right. I wonder who clipped that.
I wonder who did that.
So did you say
I
this one?
lost it. I lost it for like 15 minutes.
Yeah,
I'll
nice,
find it.
Krusty.
I'll find the
Nice.
clip. It's a good one. It's a
Glad that
good
it was
one.
good. And
And
yeah,
the
where are you
socks out
moving
of
to?
context clips
I'd
are
love
some
to
of
hear
my
about
favorites.
kind of a rough area. You don't have to be
Like I
too
said,
specific
Birdesque has a
about it.
talent.
So,
Like there's times where I'm like, I didn't even pick up on that. How the hell?
oh, cool, man. New York.
did you do
Nice,
that?
nice.
Okay, let's see. Where is it?
Half the time I'm playing the game while I'm listening to the stream and I'm picking this stuff up and clipping it.
But that's a good thing, though. It's a good thing.
Yeah.
That's the way it should be.
I think
Yeah,
it's this
I agree.
one.
I'm usually playing games and stuff while modding as well. Like
It's like
I
this
always-
one.
I always enjoy
I have the chat up in my other monitor.
games
See,
that Twitch generates because they're always interesting.
yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I tend to play games when I am modding that I can leave running in the background, like RimWorld
Yes. Yeah.
and
exactly.
you know Oni
Yeah,
and
lots
stuff
of
like that.
Play yourself.
Yeah.
Single
just
player
things
that you can
I can-
pause.
Yeah, or not even pause and just hope they don't die. That kind of thing is I'm okay with this. You know,
Yep.
I'll take my beating for it.
There you go, box. I sent it to you.
Okay.
Oh,
Check this out.
just a no context is so good. It's so good.
Oh gosh. Okay.
I still need to level up my character. Oops.
Yeah, Bert, you
Fire.
didn't tell me if my character is good or not.
So
I'm not
dumb.
going to look at it
That's
yet,
so stupid. I
Wow.
love it.
Let me do the thing.
Well,
I like
Scotty
the thing.
yelled the F-bomb, so it sounds like I'm not the only one.
What do you mean?
I just heard you yell the F-bomb once. I was like, I forgot to level up my character. So
Oh, yeah.
No, no, I
you're
did
the
not.
same-
Your one F-bomb for the night, Scotty. There it is.
I didn't even drop the F-bomb. Come on.
I heard it.
all
I
heard
said
was
oops.
"Ah," and it just
I said
Oh,
oops.
yeah, I also heard fuck, so.
that is not what your microphone picked
There's
up. I hope you
sugars
know.
and there's. And
Let it be known.
Absolutely love it, sugar.
She's a D&D semi copy
already got a place. My stuff waiting
Of
for me
my
up there. I
Pathfinder
have it
paladin,
scheduled for the
kind of.
movers
Oh,
to
yeah,
bring
I
it
love it.
over to the new house,
Oh.
so things go smoother
Ish.
so far. It's time for family
attitude's
vacation
different though,
before
so
my
I
next
think it'll be
unit.
very
That's
interesting.
awesome,
Yeah, I
Krusty.
see
Glad
that.
to hear that, mate.
Yeah, we'll see.
Glad to hear you're getting a bit of a break,
I just remember
and
Hannalore was gonna not
you've
be
got
here.
kind of everything lined
longer,
up
yeah.
nicely.
So I have
Yeah,
to-
I'm very
So I
I'm
hope
very
you
similar.
understand that I am
At
going
some
to best
point in the
her
next
as
couple of
much as
years, me and my wife are
Oh,
actually
boy.
moving up to Brisbane. Here in Australia, and so
Wait,
because
hold
we're
on,
in
are
Canberra
people
currently,
changing
so
their
it's about
character?
15
Oh,
hours
sure.
south.
I am.
So we're going to be moving up
Why?
there, and so we're
You
going to
know,
have
we
to
casters,
set everything up like
I
that.
tried really hard, but like,
You're a cleric. You're not even a full caster.
but I can't fucking do anything. I can't go up and whack people.
Hold up. No. That's your issue right there. You're playing a cleric when you can play a cleric in full fucking plate armor
Yes.
and go
Mm.
tank.
Yeah,
Yeah. Be a battle cleric.
yeah.
All right, listen. Some of
We're
us
just not having fun
are
with
new to the D&D system.
That's
okay.
fair.
So like,
That's true.
bite
That's
me.
true. Hey, for what it's worth, I absolutely agree with you there. I think.
I
think
agree,
all of the
Krusty.
divine
It's
casters,
really hard to get
That's
here,
one
and
of the few
same
things
to go
I
to the
think Pathfinder
States.
has better.
I was
than
actually
D&D
looking
is
at
divine
flights.
casting.
I think I agree.
D&D, I'm not. a big
Couple of
fan of,
years back.
but-
I think I could
personal
handle
preference.
divine casting in Pathfinder, but in D&D, like I'm having a hard time. You know me and like relying on casting, like I just.
Yeah.
Sorry, I gotta get my thoughts for a
It's
second.
really hard. It's really hard.
To fly over the
I
States,
really like my
it's
character
like
herself. Like I really enjoy playing
Australian to
her.
fly there
I just can't stand
and
the
back.
class.
Just copy her into a bar.
It's insane.
No,
It's absolutely
I have
insane. So I completely
D&D
understand.
version of Hydro. Okay.
Well, I'm sure Bird can agree with me that at the end of the day, it's about having fun. So if your character's not, fun for you, then that's
Yeah.
it. Just
Well,
change
that's the big thing. Is like again, I just want to make it clear. It's not that Hannah was not fun. It's her. Just a cleric is not fun.
Right,
I don't find it fun.
Yeah.
She will be very missed because I really liked Hannah.
I will miss her for what
Yeah.
it's worth.
she was great.
Naive and easy to screw with.
Oh, she was
So you just changed
precious.
my whole backstory now.
I'm sorry.
My backstory was leaning on her. Oh, now I'm a loner. I guess that's fine.
Oh boy.
So
Hey,
who's
hey
pulling
Bird, you
fire-
saw my message.
Who's pulling
I
nAga
did.
out of their backpack?
Well,
I did.
I'm happy to know nAga. I'm happy to know nAga. I mean, I am a
Perfect.
50-year-old half-elf. Like, I've been around the
Yeah.
block for a little bit.
For a little bit. Little bit.
I'm so freakishly excited for this. I can't. I cannot. Oh. When I saw that the sub race
Yeah.
that I could literally have wings and a halo, I was like, fuck, take it. It's
I
me.
know,
I'm
Krusty. I know.
I'm in.
One day I want to travel to the States
literally an
for
angel.
TwitchCon.
Absolutely. And that's
So
my
that I can
character does
meet
in this game. I'm
Sugarsockz
100%
and I can meet Iron
stuff from
Smithy
the
and
Dr. Logan
Firepoison
that came
and
out this
Bird
year.
and just
Oh
get
my
all the
God.
pipeline
I haven't
fan
gotten
there.
it
It'd be
yet.
so
Oh
sick.
my
want it so
goodness. It's so good. It's so good.
Or even if there was a pipeline con, I would go to
It's
that
on
more than a
sale on
TwitchCon.
Amazon. It's $30.
Oh,
Yeah.
see?
Bird's over here like, I don't need to spend this money.
I know, right?
So much cool stuff. So much cool stuff.
I'm kind of bummed that I'm now getting into D&D because Humble Bundle has had so many of
They
the
always
D&D
come around,
tools.
though.
Yeah.
They come around quite often.
I
Just
need
keep an
it.
eye out for them. They always
need
pop
it.
up. Yeah.
Mm.
Hey, so Bert, are you aware of the races that are in it now? Well, not really races, they're lineages.
I am not, because I very, very briefly listened to somebody kind of going through it on stream, but I was like, no, I want to read it myself, and I stopped.
Oh, I have the book in my hands
I hate
currently.
you.
They did add this
Strong words.
yeah, no, I'm actually really hurt right now. They added this monster in. It's called the Bagman, but there's no stat block for him.
Ooh,
It's so cool and creepy, and I'm 100% running it in my game.
I like it. I like it.
You talking about Baldur's Gate 3, Krusty?
On stream.
Very
Is that the game you're referring to?
I thought so.
On my sheets here, I have 14 sheets that I keep open, and I have to keep tabbing out of them. But I lost myself for a second. I found myself. It's okay. I'm no longer lost. I have been found.
That finding yourself was more of Naga's thing.
I mean,
Right.
yeah.
Okay, I'll have to look into that one, but I have not. I have not tried it.
Delete these so that they stop.
I am intrigued by it though.
Resources. Okay, cool.
Ooh,
So,
this is kinda cool.
Who hasn't leveled up their character yet?
I'm doing it now. It won't take me long. I feel like I've done this enough to do it in 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Probably.
So would in that case, would someone like to do a recap
Woot.
of
Remember
last
what
session?
happened Last time.
I was not here,
step on toes.
so
Mhm.
not it.
I pissed off the tree man.
I'm getting my notes open.
Insulted him.
A
Oh,
little
that's
bit.
right. Y'all, I saw it on stream. Y'all decided to take the most definitely not recommended route of
Yeah.
let's just murder everyone.
It was fine.
It's murder
Everything
hobos
was fine.
100%. Yeah.
Yes.
I felt like it was almost designed to be
Hey,
murdered
hey.
because, like, at that, because we were hitting walls with role play. We're like,
I'm gonna. If anyone hasn't realized it by now, there's only one rule when it comes to my character. It's pure chaos.
You're a warlock.
Killing
What do
it
we
all,
expect?
Yeah.
From a red dragonborn? No way.
No.
No way.
Oh,
You said
Who'da
Red
thought?
Dragonborn, and I was like, oh man, he's gonna
Say
be
it
a
ain't
very,
so.
like, calm,
But hold up,
like,
hold up, hold up,
cool-headed
hold up.
character.
hold up. How confident are you that I'm a red dragonborn?
Out of character? Or in
Yeah.
character?
Either or.
Well, I mean, we've only got
In
your picture to
character,
go
I'm
off.
married because Naga doesn't know any better. He's like, yeah, he's red. He looks like a dragon. He's a red dragonborn.
There you
The
go.
end.
Simple enough.
Yeah.
Simple enough.
Naga doesn't know any better. He's
I
just
mean, I
some
definitely think
young,
that's reasonable
some young
to be
monk
fair.
lad. That's it.
Okay.
Right.
Hell, Naga
Oh, I'm gonna have to
barely
figure out a
knows who he is.
backstory, don't I?
Yeah. Yeah, but you'll have time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because we won't bring your next. Well, I'm gonna talk to you before we bring. the next
Yeah,
one,
we
so
do,
you can
Crusty,
it
but
then.
Mm.
So
I don't have
this
it on my PC.
session Will be wrapping up for Hannah, essentially.
Q
See ya.
Yeah.
Deuces.
Perfect.
was nice.
So your new character starts to level 1, right?
Yep.
Nope.
Good luck.
Nope.
Fun with that.
Pantses. Smarty pantses.
It'd be level 3 minimum. Like, because we're all at level 3 right now.
Comes right in where everybody is. Yeah.
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 It would
I
would
would
not
hate
make
that.
sense.
It would suck.
Yeah, you're gonna level.
She'd get
level
one
up
shot
level
and then it'd be like no fun.
Yeah, exactly, right?
that
like-
would be
Be
it.
like, okay.
Yeah, it would.
I
It
guess
would
I'm
end up.
here.
Turning,
Mm.
Miserable.
yeah,
Yeah,
it would end
no.
up turning into protect.
Yeah, and that was
Insert new
not-
name
Yeah,
here.
exactly. Exactly.
Yeah. Which
And not
Altharion
let
it
sugar
would.
die.
Yeah. Which Altharion would naturally go, yeah, cool, I'll do that. Pulls
Yeah.
out his +1 hit
Our
bow and just
protector.
rains arrows. I'm just sitting
Mhm.
back here just shooting for days.
I
Yeah.
mean, you're already doing.
No, I've been up
True.
front in combat with a longsword already. Like, I've been firing hardly any arrows.
True. True. Well, yeah, because you keep ending up like right next to people.
Yeah, look, that's true.
Well, I was gonna say it's been cool,
Cool,
this
Krusty. I
entire
have not
thing
got an
has been close
Xbox, but
quarters.
I'll look into
Yeah.
it for sure,
This
for
is
sure.
a tight one.
Yeah. Usually
But
pulling
back
out a
on
bow
that
in the
note-
middle of a dungeon doesn't usually
Yeah.
end well. So
Yeah.
Yeah, this one is definitely going to take a nice transition
Oh.
I think, to help that out.
Speaking of, I needed to send you the picture that I have, Bird.
Yes.
Also, Bird, we're gonna be doing Strahd, right?
Yes.
There's actually there's some stuff in the guide to Ravenloft about Strahd and
Well,
stuff.
now I just have to get it like
Yeah.
right this second, right?
Yeah.
That is beautiful. Okay.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I was looking through pictures. I was like, oh my god, yes.
Yeah.
The presence.
That is
The
gorgeous.
presence.
I think I'm gonna have to get
Yeah.
Xanathar's guide purely for the Gloomwalker for my ranger
I love it.
as well.
Kane, she reminds me of Ashley's character. The picture.
So to give everyone an
Ooh,
intro,
okay.
my character's Altharion.
It reminds me a lot.
I am a half-elf ranger.
Idro was
and the
there's a picture
Gloomwalker
I
is just a
found that I've been using
specialization. I
for
kind of
for
have built the
years
character
now.
based off
that
Aragorn
was
from Lord of the Rings.
oh crap.
think,
she
like,
was in Critical
Sword,
Role.
letter armor, bow,
Wait,
all that kind
are
of
you playing
stuff.
Kale?
No, well, yes, but
and
no.
really like kind of timid in his leadership,
oh my
but he
god,
can
the
lead
like
and
beefier chick with
that
black
kind
hair.
of stuff. So he's really
Oh
cool.
my god,
That's Ashley's
her character's name.
Yeah,
Um,
and I can't think of
So
her
it's
name
COVID
either
lockdown.
for some reason
It
right
did
now.
lock us down for a little bit. We're kind of going through ups and downs
I
at
have
the
the picture somewhere.
moment with a
It's
couple of
like- it
different
starts with like a
states.
Y.
But it's been like that
Yes,
throughout the last
yes.
Yeah.
12 to 18 months
there's
where
a-
it's been up
there
and
was
down.
a
Lockdown, some lockdowns, others not. Yeah. In
Thank you
Canberra,
for
we've
the
been very
resub box.
lucky
That assaulted my eardrums.
because
Um,
we're not actually
There's a like
locked down in
fan-made
Canberra at the moment. We did have a
drawing
mask
of
mandate
her
until
that
midnight
I
last
found
night.
that I was like,
which has
holy
ended,
sweet
thank
baby
goodness.
Jesus.
So yeah.
But
Also, can you guys hear me
no.
quite clearly over everyone else
Sorry.
in the call? I just want to make sure that I'm
That
coming
is
through nice and
character.
clearly to you guys, but you can also hear everyone else as well.
Yeah, there's one that I found that like when the second I saw it, because I was trying to find a very particular picture for Hydro, and that's the one that I found. I was like, sweet mother of God.
Yeah.
That's it. Oh, there it is. Yes. I have such a lot. If I could really make Hydro into like everything, I would,
I mean,
because she is my pride and joy.
a good opportunity.
One.
I'll have to
I
find
really
it.
think there's a mod I should be able to spam the yes ma'am thing.
You do not have the ability to spam yes,
I
ma'am.
agree.
Absolutely not.
Amen.
Only abusing the power.
All right, thanks, Krusty. I shall.
Jesus.
Again. I love it.
I actually don't know if I can change if you can. That's actually a very good question.
What do you mean?
For the trigger fire.
Mm,
I don't know if I can set it for different cooldowns depending on role. I don't know if I can.
can. It depends on the program. I think you can though.
So how's that? That should
What
be
do
a bit better now.
I can hear you. Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hmm.
Can you make it so that I can spam? Yes, ma'am. No.
Mate, can I do it?
Oh my goodness. All right. Yes, that is the one. Okay. I see you.
Thanks, Krusty. Hopefully that's a bit better.
I will use all 33,000 points one at a time to ask you that question.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Oofed. All right. So who's gonna be doing our recap?
I mean, I guess I can.
The floor is yours,
You
Sugar.
got the stuff?
It's not going to be great, to be clear. All right.
Welcome back, Dragoon.
Hold on. Let me get my right notes up. Okay, so we had lots of fun. Big spoopy kind of dead tree in front of us was scary. We found Balak, I think was his name. Who was like super kind of weird dude. He was talking with Carowin, I believe was her name.
I get that
and
feeling.
Sir Bradford.
I get that
both
feeling,
of them seemed
Krusty.
pretty like enthralled. With
I'm getting my tax return back in a couple of weeks,
like
so
the
I'm using
tree
that on
and all
equipment.
that. And we decided to go full murder hobo. Just kill everything. Which we did. Besides, well, Sir Bradford did go down. Carowin, I don't think we even touched. We did kind of like find out that them two are basically thralls to the tree itself. And their whole goal was like they were being lured down, and they would eventually like go and try to do tree things outside of
Yeah,
the
for
Sunless
sure,
Citadel,
Krusty. For
which
sure.
sounds awful because you know the tree can grow
That'd
a
be
special
good,
fruit,
especially if you
and it
don't
can either
have
heal you or
subs
kill
on
you. You
Facebook
never
yet.
really know. It's
That
super
would be
super
a good way to
expensive.
start.
So there's that. We did find out that the vampire that was staked was possibly, but not completely confirmed, Tatiana, which was Strahd's bride. I don't believe it was officially confirmed, but that was what we collected.
That is what you heard, yes.
Yes. So what else? We did find out that Balak was a like special druid that was protecting Strahd, which is very interesting. He did have a book on him that had a bunch of like studies on the tree itself, as well as a list of druids that like are supposed to like rotate to protect the tree. So that's very interesting. We did kill everything inside. The twig blights that were around didn't seem to react whatsoever to us being near the tree or attacking anybody else, which was very interesting. And yeah, the thralls that were being made from the tree, so Carowin and Sir Bradford, eventually would die if the tree dies. You know, we left her there, and now
No
we
worries
have
at
to
all,
go
Krusty. Thanks for
be the
coming in for a
bearers of
bit,
bad
mate.
news
Really appreciate
and
it.
go
Hope you have
tell
a great
mommy
night,
that
my mate.
things
My
are
man.
not
I'll catch you
not
soon
going
and
well
talk to you at
at home.
mentorship at some point.
And yeah, clean.
So
And
let's
see.
save the dragon.
Uh-oh.
Oh yeah, we don't have the dragon with us yet.
Not
No,
yet.
the dragon is still on
Up
the
top.
main floor.
Yeah.
Yes.
But you guys also have a expansive citadel that has not been seen yet.
Yes.
So you guys don't forget that. But yeah, that was pretty much a pretty good rundown. I don't know why you think it was going to be bad, but that was pretty much everything that happened in the last session. So when we came back, you guys had taken a nice long rest here so you can chill. Why are there so many of you? Rukhar, which one are you?
You see
There's like-
one of me.
There's like 5 of you. There's
No.
an extra
He's-
character
he's
is
here.
laying around. Yeah. Let's see.
I only see
Yeah,
one.
there you are. There. No, well, you can't see the rest of them. I can. Here, I want to show the nameplate on your main one so that I can actually keep track of you. Possibly. Maybe. It'll let me. Oh, yes.
Making it difficult with me moving him.
No, you're fine.
Oh,
You're fine.
darn.
Then why are we doing it? Then why are we doing it to begin with? Come on.
All right.
At least I have the name there. Okay, so now it's up to you guys to tell me what you would like to do. As Miss Sugar did point out, that most of the twig blights have kind of gone still and they haven't attacked in any way, shape, or form. Belak is down for the count in the corner. I didn't mark anybody dead because I'm lazy. And Sherwin is leaning against the tree by her brother's corpse that is embedded in the bark.
He searched the brother's corpse.
I do believe somebody tried.
Yes.
Yeah. I do think that you did.
Has
And I also what?
We definitely attempted.
yeah, I was gonna ask, has Sherwin written her note?
Yes, she has written a note. She handed it probably to Sugar since they seem to have bonded over the last conversation they had. With a little bit
Yay.
of trust there. And after she did give you a ring to give to her parents.
Yay! Well, boo.
Mission successful, but yeah, at a cost. But yeah, she wrote a note out. She folded it. She gave it to you guys.
I'm gonna
it's all
try to.
ready go.
Yeah. Okay. So Altharion will pipe up and he'll go, all right. So that was a thing. Where do we want to go next? Do we want to head straight back to Oakhurst and deliver the news? Do we want to deal with these twig blights? Because remember what Balak was saying. He was saying that they could go out and plant more trees. I think I have an
I believe they're all
inclination.
gonna die in 24 hours.
Yeah, they die within 24 hours.
The twig blights do, or the thralls? So I don't think
Thralls.
Well, let's just make sure and kill them anyways.
So
It doesn't seem to be our MO.
But would that, so would the twig blights themselves die within 24 hours? Or...
Yes, the twig blights
Okay.
are considered thralls. Yes.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Alright, I just wasn't certain. Alright, so...
Yeah.
Altharion will go, okay,
They were
well...
controlled by Balak and the tree.
Yeah.
Simultaneously, yes.
So I'll respond to, Rukhar and go, true, that is true. So we don't necessarily have to worry about them on the way out. If we don't want to, they'll just die on their own. The other thing we've got to remember is, considering the book that we found, and we've learnt that there's a 3-month rotation, that means that at some point, another druid's gonna come here and discover that the tree's dead. The same with Balak, and that's not gonna end well. Quite possibly.
The book, right.
Mm.
We should probably check to see if there's any dates in it specifically, so we know how long we have.
While all of this is going on, people can see me dragging Balak's corpse towards the freaking tree.
Go figure.
I look back at the group and I'm like, torch, please.
Altharion to go, yeah, let me help you with that. Strikes the light, puts one, and walks over to Drax and go, here you go. Burn it all.
I just toss the torch in the middle of the hole of the tree,
and we just walk away with our backs turned. As it just
superhero exit.
Yep. We big brain that.
Yeah, you did.
How tall is this cavern? Because smoke and enclosed spaces and
up well beyond 100 feet.
okay.
It's pretty large. When you're looking around and you're just browsing, in memory of what happened, this cavern and citadel was actually buried when a volcano nearby erupted and created the split. I can't think of the word because I'm brain dead at the moment. And it fell underneath the full citadel. So this grove that's here was actually created after that, and it took on a natural cavern. So it's rather large.
Okay.
All right.
Well, I think it's time to go collect the dragon that does not want to be here and leave.
yes.
Yeah, I agree with that. Which way do we want to go out? Do we want to go out the way that we came, or do we want to try and find another exit?
I think this is the only exit out of this cavern. Like the way that we came.
All right.
So we have to go back the way we came to get the dragon.
Yes.
I more mean like out of this exact area, because I do remember when we landed, there was another path coming out of that landing spot that was to our south. At the time, we kind of went a long way. Do we want to see if we can find that where it leads? Or do we want to just head back the way we came as a known path?
We can go back through the other side if you want.
Bert, I do have like a little house cleaning question.
Yeah.
With the long rest, do I have any options with identifying this weapon?
Do you have the ability to identify?
No, I do.
Did
not.
anyone grab identify?
No. Yeah, if someone has the identify, then you can very well use it.
I do not.
I just wasn't sure how we were doing that.
There may be somebody back at Oakhurst who could help you with that.
Okay.
There is a
Can you
smith
say
at
that?
Oakhurst.
Yeah, there is. Yeah.
So,
Sugar's loving on her child at the moment. So
yes.
My drink is awesome, but
but yeah, no, you could definitely get it identified there. There is a blacksmith there and several other people.
okay.
So.
all right.
Just trying to keep track of where you guys are going so that I know what we're up against.
Where did everybody go?
Up north about where they were, where you guys came in from. Yeah.
So we have the goblins here now. Are they just
They
gonna
were
let-
here guarding before. They didn't want anybody to. They don't want anybody to leave the area, like the blights and stuff like that. So they actually guard off the rest of their caverns.
Right.
They are the ones that kind of push you through in the first place. They were like, "Go ahead, you all have at it. It's not my problem." You know, they don't care. They're there for a duty.
Wait,
Yeah.
wait, hold on.
All right. So we're slowly making our way out, I guess.
I'm confused now. This goes under, right?
Yes, it
yep.
goes under. You just drag straight here.
Yeah.
Yeah, right there. Yep. I know that's a confusing area. Okay, so as you enter this area again, who has? Okay. Oh no, he's not here. I guess the next one would be enemy. Are you back?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. When you do enter the area by the big ass statue that you guys saw earlier, the giant dragon statue that's in the center of the room with the plate in front of it and all of the writing on it, the runes carved into the tile edge. You notice that figure behind it look at you and then dip back again.
Shadow Light. So who all notices that?
Carric notices it first, and nobody else does unless he says something.
Well, I'm shouting at him. The hell are you doing?
He's pretty much invisible at the moment. Can only really be seen by anybody who would have a really good perception. Like 13 and up.
I'm gonna look behind the statue and see what the hell Carric is yelling about.
So the shadow again just points at the dragon, doesn't say anything, and he just stays right there and points.
While they're all looking at the shadow, can I stand on the red tile
You absolutely can.
and
Yep, I see it.
read the inscription out loud?
Yeah. So the
Word for word.
inscription was, in Draconic, let the sorceress power illuminate my spirit. You're speaking it out loud, yes?
Yes.
Okay, so as you all are kind of focusing on where the shadow is and looking at the dragon, a puff of what would be like a dark blue flame starts to come up around Dracax, but he's not in pain. It's not anything. It's harmless completely. And he feels a little tingle and it dissipates and he feels pretty good and kind of a buff of talking ability.
Cool.
You have a 24-hour advantage on charisma.
Perfect.
Nice.
Let's haul ass back.
I can talk to anybody.
I want to make some money.
Mm-hmm.
No. You guys are missing the point. The one thing that I want is to befriend the fucking dragon.
He wants that
Oh,
dragon so bad.
yes.
He's over here like, we're gonna be best friends.
Nice.
He wants that dragon so bad.
Yeah.
So I guess I've noticed that there's blue flames going on. I'm like, you good, man? Because we've been
I give a thumbs up.
I'm gonna go,
Just a thumbs up.
I'm gonna go over. I'm gonna recite what he said on the thing.
Nothing happens.
Okay, figured that. Good shot.
It was worth a shot, though. I definitely would have tried it myself, to be honest. Like, hey, wait a second. How many of these you got in there? Upon doing that, the shadow disappears completely. He was very satisfied with what you had done. It was all he wanted. Poor little shadow dude.
I still
Did we go through this door?
We go through the door on the left. So this door up here. So where I'm standing. Oh, have we lost
yeah.
you, Sugar?
Yes.
Yeah,
A little
so
bit
down
further
here.
Down, go
Okay.
down straight. Straight south. One more, and then that first door on the left there.
Yeah. So this leads through the
The bugbear
armory.
gardener is still sitting there gardening her nasty little mushrooms.
Okay, gotcha.
Before we move into this room, though, where Rukhar's just barged straight in, I was gonna go.
Rukhar just doesn't give a crap.
I was gonna do like a total. Is anyone actually moving around? Check. First, So
You could definitely do that.
just so
You've
then
been underground and in the other area for about 3 hours, give or take.
okay.
So things definitely might have, shifted or changed for sure.
Yeah. So just be...
Obviously, the rooms that you have passed, you guys have cleared out prior, so I wouldn't really worry about those.
Would it just be a perception check?
Yes.
Cool.
Yeah, you don't hear anything in the main. You still hear some light grumbling, but it's not close. It's not very close to you at all.
All right. I pipe up to the team and go, I reckon we're clear to move through here. Let's just do it a bit quickly but quietly. And so just kind of move on through.
No, Bird.
Yes, dear.
Considering that we burned the big tree and killed it, are
Yep.
the branches, the vines still here?
Yeah, the vines are still here. Yeah, that's definitely planted a bit separately.
Okay.
And also, to appearance, it seems to be the only way that you have seen to get in or out of here. For what you guys have actually adventured through.
All right.
Except Avery, who has now found another exit.
We can go this way.
Oh,
Let's go.
you mean as in Altharion pipes up? You mean the place where the bugbear went, like into the Underdark?
I don't know. Is it?
I mean, we can check, but I'd rather, like, the dragon's the other way, and I know Drakax wants to get there, and I'm not hot on splitting the party down here.
If that goes to the Underdark, no, I'm good for now.
Would you
But
like to confirm whether or not it goes into the Underdark?
What can I say in front of me? Bird.
What can you say? So give me an investigation, and I'll let you know where that tunnel goes. Cool. So you do remember seeing a bugbear and its pet rats sleeping in the area that you guys just exited through, and looking out in front of you, and just the smell coming up. You can 1000% confirm that this is an Underdark access point. Maybe one of the only in the surrounding area.
Interesting.
We need to make a mental note of that just in case.
I relay the information to the group and ask them what they want to do.
Not go down that way.
Then back up the vines we go.
Okay, I have no idea how to get out of here.
All right, so yeah, there's a dotted circle right by where Hannah is in the room right prior to where you are right now. Yeah, that's the tunnel. It's like it used to be a well that has been broken apart, and it's just vines that are pretty strong, and that's how everyone came down. Yeah, all right, cool. Everyone is there, so I'm going to swap us back to the previous map. It
Cool.
might take a second to load, but
all good. Do you want us to make any rolls as we're climbing?
as you're climbing, no, because the vines are very, very well and stable. When you get to the top, however, things might not be how they were. Darn, stay there, please, you giant butt. All right.
There's another one of my tokens.
Yeah, exactly. We probably have to swap your token over.
Giant butt.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm trying to be somewhat PG here.
That's gonna be one of my new insights
Bird?
to my
PG?
library.
Never.
What?
I appreciate it.
I know. I tried. Okay, I found the right area. I'm
From
back.
now on, Sugar being mean, she is giant butt.
Yes.
Wow.
I
Okay.
mean, go with it.
Rude.
All right, so Avery, what are you doing?
Won't let me spam in chat. Giant butt.
So
I do not need yes ma'am to get spammed every like 3 seconds.
I mean,
Oh, you mean like this?
Yeah.
though.
swear.
I was waiting for somebody else to do it.
It's your fault for not putting a
Timer on it.
timer.
Oh no!
There
There is
is
a timer. There is a
They
timer.
wanted less. They
Me and
want less of a
Balithal are
timer.
doing it as soon as the cooldown comes off.
That's the thing you got to remember. Twitch chat always want things quicker. You gotta go. No.
They want all the things
I
at all
have a
times.
feeling. I have a feeling Fire is actually cheating and refunding all of the yes ma'ams so people can keep spamming them. Just so.
Oh, no.
You son
No. I might now though. No,
that I could absolutely see you doing that 100%.
Man.
I mean, I could do much better than that. Like Twitch, Twitch is very. You didn't hear it from me, but Twitch is very hackable.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
At least he's not hijacking your account and just spamming it for free.
I mean,
There's a reason
It still
Twitch
puts a
is like
timer on it. Funny enough.
there's a reason
It
Twitch
still
is
puts a
like the
timer on it.
only platform that has like follow bot issues.
Anyways,
All right.
1 second. I'm just gonna get his token here. It would be great if it would allow me to put the token down. All right, 1 second. I gotta go copy your token because it's being a sass because it's on the other map. With all of it though.
I didn't have to fix it. It was fine.
No, I do have to fix it, or I'm gonna be confused as hell. Look, my brain don't work like that. Okay.
Yeah.
Here. I'll have to do it. Well, I have it copy pasted now. So. Cool.
Was that hobgoblin actually there, or is he just, or is he not really?
Who? The Dern in the corner there? He's still there.
All right.
I don't know who that is.
Yeah, you.
Yeah,
were
the
there.
guy who encouraged
Yeah.
us to crawl down there.
To go down there.
I
Yeah.
was not.
Mm.
I was not here.
Mm-mm.
So did we all just like climb up, look at him, and grin?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're
Yeah.
just like, hi guy.
Pretty much. He's actually, as now that we can actually, play the game like normal. As you guys start to come up, he seems a bit taken back that you're actually returning. He didn't expect you guys to ever make it back from down there, as no one else really does. So he's kind of counting as you're coming up, and he's like, "All of you, really?" And he just kind of leans over and watches as the last of you come up out of the pit. And he sits back and he nods his head and he gives you like one of those slow claps, like, "I'm impressed, guys. I didn't think anyone would survive. No one ever really comes back. What was it down there?"
I look at him and it's like, if I don't fart, shows up and starts complaining about a burned tree right down there. Make sure you feed him to the cobbles or the goblins.
Oh, okay. Is Belak still down there?
No,
Oh,
he has turned into a toasty pile of ashes.
oh, yeah. You guys are probably gonna get in trouble for that one.
I like how y'all. Naga's going to very quietly be like, I think it's interesting that we're telling this hobgoblin more than we told the tree peoples.
I mean,
Solid point.
Altharion will pipe up and go, "Well, the reason why you never saw people come up was because of Balak."
That makes sense.
I hope you you understand. Keep hush hush, or you'll
Of
be end up
course.
joining him.
Oh.
And I give him the big grin.
Give me an intimidation roll. Don't forget it's with advantage. So 20. Okay. All right. Cool. So he just nods.
That's a good intimidation
He
roll.
just nods. Where are you guys up
Look-
to now?
I look back at the group and it's like it's time to return to our
What,
sleeping friend.
You're just gonna leave?
Yes. We're all our business in here is done. You wanted us to take the dragon away from you, right? That's where I'm headed.
Fair. Beyond then.
Before we walk out, I'm gonna preemptively get out my loot and start playing.
Okay.
So I don't feel like getting attacked today.
Fair.
Oh wait, what was the safe word?
That's the no.
It's always pineapple.
No, it was like marshmallow something.
No.
Definitely not the right safe word, but yeah.
Oh
No.
yes. Crap. What was it? Did I write it down? I don't think I did.
I don't think
Tickle
it
corn.
did.
Yes.
Tickle
Tickle
corn.
corn. That's
Tickle
it.
corn.
Yeah. Thank you.
I completely ignored the tickle corn thing, and I just come out of the room and start screaming, Maple!
Oh, I don't.
Here."
Naga starts yelling tickle corn as we pass through every single door.
Fair. Lots of tickle corn.
Oh
Okay,
my
so
god.
as you guys walk back into the main room, where Goblinville essentially is just destroyed, the dragon is still pleasantly sleeping, but wakes up as you guys start to come in with a large, cranky yawn. And Meepo kind of jumps a little bit and looks through everybody to make sure everyone's still there, and he kind of does like this really sloppy 1, 3, 5. No. 1, 2, and he'll sit there for a good 5-10 minutes trying to count you all. Right.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Kill this thing yet?
Nope.
I will say yes. All 16 of us are here.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, poor guy. Poor guy.
I approached the dragon.
I
forgot her
got you.
name.
I got
Just
you,
saying.
fam.
I love it.
I look at the dragon and I go straight. Are you ready?
She looks to you and she just kind of shrugs and she goes, "Where are we going?"
It's time to leave this hellhole.
Really now? And she kind of perks up and she sits up really quickly. She goes, "You guys were gone for a while, no?"
Yes,
No
I had
sense.
I had people to burn.
Oh, you didn't bring me for fun, huh?
Well,
She's okay, and she does this
just-
long stretch as she stands up and kind of wiggles her body out a bit. And she heads back towards the door that you guys would be looking to leave from. Which would be over there.
All right.
let me just-
I look back at Rukhar and I'm like, now, come on.
Naga
If
goes
you
through the
feel
door.
like
Tickle
killing
corn.
cobbles- If you
So-
feel like killing cobbles, come on.
Yeah, fair. So Meepo looks at you all and goes, "But you do know that there's another." Well, he's not over here anymore. He came with you. He goes, "There's a way right here," and he stands at this door, right here. If I can grab him without grabbing everyone else, there you go. And he goes, "We could go through here, but I think you should let the dragon go first."
Uh-oh.
Altharion will
Why?
turn to Meepo and go, "Why do you say that?"
This is where we connect. There's goblins in this room and kobolds in the next room.
Should definitely not go this way if we're aiming to take the dragon with us.
Well, she did like eating all the goblins before.
I'll turn to Drakax and I'll go, "Do you want to maybe ask the dragon if she wants to deal with the kobolds or if she wants to leave them be?"
I was about to actually inquire about that. I look back
She's-
at the dragon and I'm like, do you have a taste for vengeance? Or would you rather leave?
I mean, vengeance always tastes sweet, but there are
But-
many of them and only a few of us.
That was my thoughts exactly. Let's just leave.
I'll agree with Avery and go, "Yeah, I agree. There was a lot of them when we were first here, even though like they gave us the information and we said we'd bring back the dragon. Yeah, we did what we needed to whilst we were here without their help. I think the right thing to do is to get this dragon out of here, so that it can no longer be in captivity. But without any more conflict, because there's probably about 20 to 30 of them at least that I could see when we were in there.
Yeah,
So
It was more like 70 or 90, or maybe more. And he just shakes his head and continues walking.
I'll turn to Meepo and I'll go, then no, we're not fighting that.
The GIF I just put in Discord, that is how nAga looks at Altharion.
Oh, I need to see this.
Oh, I need to see this too.
Yeah, just like that. I love it.
Having known that you were the one who
Wow.
was very like, I want to murder all the goblins, nAga is extremely confused.
And I turn to him and go, I only hate goblins, okay? That kobolds I have no qualm with.
But there's goblins in there too, aren't there?
No, it was only kobolds.
Yeah, it's only kobolds in the next. They split the dungeon into 2.
Gotcha. Okay.
Wait.
Cool. Avery, stop. Get back up there, smartass. I saw you running from that area. 1 second. I have to scroll and it's moving really slowly because this is a super large map. 1 second.
Just trying to light up the entire map, but yes,
Yeah.
I will accept this.
Yeah.
Classic.
So because none of you have gone up there yet, that's why I wanted to stop you there. So as you walk in, it's a cobblestone floor. There are 2 trapdoors that are open at both doorways. You can easily step by both of them. They've obviously been used recently. The far wall has a dried out fountain that is a giant diving dragon, and the room smells kind of rotten.
I don't know about that one. I'm gonna go check this door.
Okay. So as you walk into that door, let me just make sure I can scroll. Oh my god, this map is disgusting. I'm having some complaints. It's just so big that it's like Roll20 doesn't want to actually work. All right. So as you walk in that room and you kind of like peek through the door a little bit, you can tell where the smell is coming from. It's oppressive. It's making it so you can just barely breathe. And there's carcasses of goblins and kobolds and humans alike everywhere in the room. And a giant rat sitting with multiple smaller baby rats looks at you and hisses as loudly as it can, and each of the baby rats echo that hiss. And Altharion, you could hear it from coming down the hallway. It's loud, it's obnoxious, and the smell is just pungent.
Where are you guys? I am lost. Oh wait, hold on.
Yeah.
Yep, saw the ping. Thank you.
Yeah, I was
So,
wondering the same thing. I had only just found everyone.
So the way I'm picturing this right now is I'm like standing there with like the door in hand, and I'm like
Yes.
midway through. What I'm gonna do is, when I'm the first one to walk through, I'm gonna turn around and slam the door shut and try to hold it shut.
There you go.
There's a lot of rats in there. Let's try to not deal with that right now.
Yeah. I agree.
I love that. Oh my god.
I'm gonna shut the door. I don't want to deal with this anymore.
The
door
doors
it
have
definitely
betrayed
shuts.
me.
Yeah, it shuts perfectly fine for you. There's no issue keeping that class. But you do hear scratching at the door as if those rats are definitely trying to dig through it.
Okay.
So, quick
So-
question.
I'm guessing by the room, everyone's left me now.
They left. They all left.
So we've got Meepo, we've got the dragon, and who's this other person with us?
The gnome.
He is the gnome that you guys found and rescued.
The
yes.
gnome. The
Who
gnome.
is just kind of following you to leave. He doesn't want to stay here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
He refuses
Wasn't he
to
like a
go down
prisoner or
with you.
something?
Yeah.
May as well bring him out with us.
Yeah.
He's just trying to find his way
Freedom!
out. Yeah, exactly. All right. Cool.
Freedom.
I'm gonna let go of the door and then just sprint down the hallway as fast as possible.
I'm down
Fair.
for freeing gnomes.
Fair.
And that, guys, is how you skip an encounter.
That is how you skip an encounter.
Right?
Well. All right, cool. So you
But
guys are
XP.
Well, I'm gonna go with it because I've just been trying to clear out the map, but I did see a door that we haven't opened before.
I think there's a lot of doors that we haven't opened.
Yeah, there's quite a few actually. nAga. Oh, why am I doing this? Yeah, back over here. I saw you going the other way. I'm like, don't lose yourself again. Okay. Cool. I think, Avery, you are in a room you've never been in either. Let me make sure where I need to be. Come on. Work with me here. All right, so 5 dusty sarcophagi, 3 to the north and 2 to the south, stand on end in this silent chamber. It's silent enough where you can hear yourself breathe. It's quieter than any other chamber that you've been in here, and it's rather eerie.
Howdy, chat. How's it going?
Each of the
Hope you're enjoying hanging out with us,
coffins
playing some D&D.
Carved.
We're making our way
noble
out.
elf-like
And
ceremonial robes on their beings. And
it's great fun playing with these guys.
Directly to your
Absolutely
left
loving
there.
it. Hope you guys are
with
as
images
well.
of dragons carved into what looks like black obsidian. A single candle burns brighter than you've ever seen, sitting right on the altar. Next to the candle is a small whistle and a crystal flask.
Crystal flask. I'm gonna walk up and I'm gonna investigate the items. See if there's
Okay.
anything weird about them, anything like that. Other than, a very bright candle.
Investigate away.
I am not prepared.
Beautiful.
I'm lost again.
Oh, I am
Yeah.
prepared for this.
You are prepared. Nice. Okay. So as you look, you do notice that everything is rather elven. The crystal flask has a word inscribed in the front of it that is in Dwarvish. You don't read Dwarvish, do you?
I think I actually do have Dwarvish. I'm not sure. Let me
You
check.
tell me.
Language common.
Yeah,
action,
where
Dwarvish.
are we right now?
There you go.
Yeah.
The giant dragon sculpture that's on the right-hand side of the walls when you came back down south from the farthest one, where he just found the rats, the room right across from it. I'll ping right here. Yeah, nAga right there.
Ah, okay.
Okay.
That's where he is.
Okay.
God, it's
If
so
he doesn't have
slow.
work, I think I do.
So he does. And it says Nightcaller on it. Let me see. So the whistle is made of the flask is the whistle is made of crystal. It has Nightcaller inscribed in Dwarvish. I don't know if I said that backwards before. It resembles a tiny little dragon curled up like a snail. Nightcaller is etched beautifully in runes right on the front. You did. You actually recall knowing of this from one of your travels. The person who made this made only a few of them a very long time ago. And if you blow the whistle in the dark or in the night, it allows you to cast Animate Dead.
I'm 100% taking that.
You can absolutely take that.
Okay.
I will give you the rest of the info. Actually, you could probably look it up. It's a wondrous item.
A wondrous item?
Yeah, it's called Nightcaller. And you can look at the info for it. The target can be affected through up to 10 feet of soft earth or similar material, and it takes 1 minute to claw its way up to the surface and serve you. Once the whistle has animated an undead creature, it can't do so again until 7 days have passed. Once every 24 hours, you can blow the whistle to reassert your control over 1 or 2 creatures you have animated.
That's Nightcaller. Is that one word? Or...
It's 2 words. I'll actually DM you all the info there, so you actually have it.
Okay.
And
then-
before you use it, and it's cursed, and you can only blow the whistle for the rest of your life.
No. Maybe. No, I'm kidding.
And then also there's the flask, you said?
Yes. So the flask, it has a potion of something in it. You're not too sure what, but it is it's just a regular old pretty flask. It is
How
rather
can we
pretty.
figure out what's in it?
I'm likely going to need identify.
Yeah,
I don't have that spell, but I'm still going to take the potion.
You can have at it.
You could always just drink it and see what happens.
I'm good.
I mean,
I'm putting in my inventory as potion of IDK.
There you go.
All right, and this is why we check doors.
Yes.
I mean, it could
And
just
he's
be Elven pudding number 2.
It could be.
And that is going to be so amazing.
So this is where everybody else is, just so you guys can find us. Yeah.
Cool.
Beautiful. All right, so you guys are way back over there. Beautiful, beautiful.
How are you guys
Get
pinging,
off.
by the way? Just out of curiosity.
Just hold down. Just press down and hold
Ah,
down.
yes. There we go.
Yeah. And you could do that anywhere on the map. Yes.
Sick.
It's very helpful
Yeah,
for
it is
for
super
pointing
helpful.
stuff out.
Yeah.
Same for if you go to the top right, there's also a ruler
Yeah.
that allows you to
Yeah,
measure
no, I
stuff out.
appreciate.
Yeah. I see that now.
Yeah, the
Awesome.
ruler is super helpful to
Yeah.
know, like, your distance to things. Yeah.
I
Yeah.
use that all the time.
Yeah. And then, so we've come into this round room, and I'll just go, let's not rush through this next door, everyone. Remember, there's a hole in the floor.
Solid point.
Solid.
It's actually not solid.
But, right. Yeah, it's a giant
Uh,
hole.
All right, I'm gonna
There is
step
a
out.
hole.
I'm gonna step to the door very carefully and go around the edge.
Same.
How difficult would it be for me to just jump the hole?
I mean, you can do what, athletics? Would that be athletics? I think it would be.
I won't risk it.
acrobatics.
Acrobatics?
Sort of go down to the femur pit, my guy. I wouldn't. Just
Yeah, the bone pit.
The femur pit.
I mean, the femur pit was pretty fun before.
All the way back in session 1.
Right.
All right.
Get myself back in the right spot.
we are all at the exit.
There you go.
Yep.
All right, cool. I'm just getting the next area. Portia?
No worries.
Uh,
All right, we're out of the Sunless Citadel, chat.
We'll drop you guys.
And
all
we're
up
gonna be,
here, and now you're gonna make your way
keep
back
on going.
up the cavern, and hopefully heading back to Oakhurst rather quickly. Let me find everybody else because I did not bring them with me because I am a dummy. These 3. Boop. All the copy and pasting that I must do.
Moved.
So, as you guys come up to the top here, make your way up the stairs pretty easily. Most of the blocks have chipped away over the past, day or so that you guys have been underneath. But it's not too difficult to get up there. The dragon kind of just flies up the side. She's got a pretty easy run. Meepo is still towards the bottom, going, "Where are you guys going? We have to go the other way. We have to bring Carlax back."
Come with us.
Well, what happens to Meepo?
I look back and
Come with us.
remind him of the discussion that we had, where if he came with us, he could have more sausage and nice fresh food.
Okay, fine. And he just starts like running up the stairs as quick as he can, and he just wants a sausage. To be honest.
Wants food.
When you guys get to the top, you do see a few, really 3-ish giant rats, chilling by a recently burned fire, much more recent than you guys have passed. There's still a very small flame to it, right in the center of the main platform. The rats are eating at what looks like bones now, but underneath them is some plain cloaks. Nothing too special is around. There's no weapons or anything. It looks like some people just might have stopped for a snack and didn't get to leave. But as you guys kind of walk up, your lovely dragon pet just kind of hisses and takes some bites at the rats and eats them. She's hungry. So you guys
Rats
really
of
don't have an issue
abnormal
with that?
size.
Yeah, they're kind of giant, kind of large. But you know, you have a fucking dragon.
Yes.
She kind of perches and she goes, "Where are you guys off to?"
For the time being, we need to return to the closest village to report what happened. Look back at her and I'm like, what is your plan now that you're back on the surface?
Just kind of looks around at the sky and I'm just gonna go wherever it may take me, because I do appreciate your assistance.
Hopefully next time we meet, you don't end up eating my face.
I remember this. I wouldn't worry. You guys have done me a large favor, and also avoided all of the, you know, icky cold balls.
That's good. I'm gonna try to get as far away from this dragon as possible.
He's leaving. That's it. So
He's like, neat deuces.
bye.
Altharion will turn
Bye.
to Drakax and will go, make sure to thank the dragon from me.
I point at Altharion and let her know he says thanks.
She kind of nods and looks around a little bit further. She goes, "I think I'll go north for a little bit. It's cold up there, right?"
Yes.
Further.
Yes.
Theoretically speaking,
Have
yes.
fun.
Here.
I keep going.
He's leaving. Nowhere near anything. And she does just bid you farewell. She leaves. She does fly a bit north. And she's gorgeous in the air. She's kind of pearlescent. So when the sun does actually hit her, it's very blinding, but she's very pretty and it's majestic, and it's nice to see a dragon that's not trying to kill you just fly in their glory. So it's definitely a moment that some of you, especially Meepo, gets a little tear in his eye, and he just watches and waves really slowly in the distance.
They grow up so fast.
Yeah, the baby's gone. I mean, she was under his care for a long time. But you know, she didn't like him, so it didn't matter.
I look at the group and I go straight like, which one of you brought the gnome up? Do you
Speaking
guys
of
left him
which-
back down there?
No, he's definitely here with you. Well, making his way. He's short and stubby and slow. But he is making his way up to the what? He is.
Yeah.
He is.
And I'm a bearded gnome.
I mean, no, not like that. He's like injured still. He was not doing too well the last time you saw him, okay?
I look back at the gnome, like, what is your plan?
Get the hell away from here. And he just keeps going, and pretty much you could just whisk him goodbye. He does bow a little bit, thanks, as he's just gone. There's no seeing him anymore.
He's just
Little
like,
Like everyone,
see ya!
everyone we brought up from here is just like,
I look at him walk
deuces.
away.
Gotta go, yeah.
Just
Not
look
dealing
at
with
him.
this shit anymore.
I look at him just dart out, you literally hear me yell. It's like,
Yeah.
don't get
As he
me out,
hobbles
damn it.
away.
I'm going north.
Yeah, exactly.
We didn't make a lot of friends, apparently.
Well, I
mean,
think
friends
it's
enough.
more just
Yeah.
like we were in. I mean,
You were
it wasn't the
companions.
most hospitable place in the world.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
I mean, to each their own, okay?
There
I
are
First
mean-
off.
people who might have enjoyed it.
Rukhar did.
I had fun at some points, yes, but I would like to leave this place.
Yeah. Oh,
While
man.
everyone is talking, I make sure that I count the heads. Like, it's everyone above ground.
Yeah, you definitely have everyone with you.
Cool.
Varric,
Alright.
obviously, who is not with us at the moment. is just standing kind of behind, not really feeling like entertaining or watching the dragon. He's just in his own little world.
Yeah.
We'll leave him there. It's fine.
Cool.
Let's see, where are we going? Cool.
So,
mhm.
what time is it outside at the minute? Like, we've walked out, like, it's nighttime?
It is just about to be sunset. You can see the sun pretty much close to setting. It's getting closer to the horizon.
So we're enough time to get back to town.
Yeah, you have plenty of time to get back. It's
Okay,
not all that
awesome.
far.
Cool.
So we will actually poof you guys there. This is where
Um,
we left off.
As we're walking past,
Mhm.
I look over at Hannalore and I go, "Hey, I have something to drink if you're thirsty," and I hand her the potion. I just want to see. I'm gonna like sort of like tilt my forehead down and my like chin cocked, so like I'm like looking at her expectantly with my hand out with the crystal flask. Like,
Is that the one
shaking
you
it
got
lightly.
from where the sarcophaguses were?
Yes.
She's not gonna drink. That's not
She
stupid.
doesn't know that.
You pick up a random potion. She's not,
Oh,
she's
the
not an
memes,
idiot.
chat.
Like,
The
I know
memes.
she's innocent, but she's not fucking stupid.
This is some fine
I look at what's going on.
beverage that I bought from the tavern before we left.
She is not going to believe you, knowing that you just picked that up.
This is 22 deception.
Oh my god.
You're gonna have like an insight or something.
I told you I had to
she
before she
does have to roll against it, but she would have to beat it. Let me just see what she. If you have to beat a deception,
I think it's insight.
it's insight.
I'm gonna I was there to see him do it though.
I mean, yeah.
I'll roll. I'm not gonna beat him. Okay, I guess I'm drinking it. Like,
It's just
Cool.
whether you. I wouldn't accept anything from me if I was anyone else.
I mean,
But
yeah.
it's just whether you believe me.
It's more of a belief thing for the deception, it's not to drink it, because you did say no. He's trying to deceive you.
yeah, I mean, but that's the thing. Is like I literally watched
You
him do
watched
it.
him,
Like, I'm not a fucking idiot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that was more amusing than anything else for me. But however, she did watch you and she's like, "Nuh-uh, I ain't drinking that. You can't make me."
I
Nope.
look at what the hell's going on. It's like, what the hell is that?
I
What-
thought I was the only one in
what
the
is
room. That's
that?
why I tried.
Oh no, they definitely followed you. There was a bunch of people like, "Hey,
Oh,
wait."
well, I mean, technically, I never left the dragon side. I just moved
Correct.
my character there so the string could actually see what was going on.
Uh-huh.
So I'm like, I see them arguing over a shiny flask, and I'm like, what the hell's going on?
Yoink.
And you want it?
Sure.
Okay.
You drink the flask?
I take a swing of the flask.
All right. So you currently have 12 hours of fire resistance.
Cool.
Spicy.
I will know.
Now.
And now I still have a cool crystal flask.
Yes,
I'm
you
totally
do.
gonna put stuff in. That's the whole reason I did this, but I didn't want to pour a potion out into the ground.
Nice.
So yeah, it was just fire resistance.
So now that we're back at the town, I'm actually going to head back to the blacksmiths.
Mhm.
And
Also going there.
so I've just got to remember his name.
All right, well, while Scotty's doing that, I'm gonna grab Meepo by the neck,
Uh-oh.
and I'm gonna drag him to the pub,
Okay. Fair.
or to the inn pub, whatever.
Yeah.
I was gonna go to the tavern too.
You got it.
All
right.
So yeah, so me and Rukhar being at the blacksmith, I pull out what is it? I picked up, what was it, a javelin, and oh goodness, was
You had a.
I'm just trying to think
there's
what.
Something else.
Yeah,
Let's see.
I made a note of it, like who picked up what from those goblins that we fought against. I'm just trying to look through my notes.
Yeah, take your
Question,
time.
Bert.
Yeah.
After here, are we gonna head towards like a bigger town?
Kind of.
Okay.
Yeah.
Debating whether I want to try to sell my stuff here or not.
Yeah. Well, okay.
Totally
So
up to you.
a refresher for everyone, if you haven't got it noted down, from those first lot of goblins that we fought in that side corridor where Rukhar got the Morning Star. Drakax, you've got 2 additional scimitars. Hannalore, you've got 2 diamond rings. Avery, you have got 2 rubies and an amethyst. I have also got 35 gold, 15 copper, that is party money. And then I've also got a javelin.
Remember,
I had what?
You had 2 rubies and 1 amethyst.
Remember that Sugar actually traded one of the diamond rings for the ring that we needed.
Yes. Yeah. So Sugar's only got the 1 diamond ring now. Cool.
Yerp.
So just as a reminder for everyone, as well. So I'm actually going to go to the blacksmith. I go, well, firstly, is he still there? Is the question.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll go.
But
Good
you
evening.
can tell that the town is starting to kind of take their leaves. It's getting quite dark. It's not late night yet, but dark enough. But he is still there. He's still chugging away, fixing some stuff.
Yeah.
For sure.
Okay. Good evening to you, sir. We've just returned from our adventure. You may have remembered I bought a longsword off you a couple of hours ago.
And he nods. Yes. Welcome back. I'm glad you made it very quickly. And he looks at you a little strange, but he just lets you go.
I was, we came across a few wares on our travels, and I was wondering, do you buy and sell weapons by any chance?
I can. We do have a lot of travelers that come through here.
I love that I can.
Would you be interested in buying a javelin potentially?
Sure. I do have information on this actually. What is that? Stop. Apparently, I had a foot on my screen. Don't ask.
Hey, Sergeant America, how you doing? Thank you for the lurk. Really appreciate that, mate.
Thing I can go through to see what he'll give you for it. I'm gonna find it. Yes. I love a search feature. He will give you 4 gold for any javelins.
Awesome. So I will sell that back to him.
Okay, you can take 4 and add it to your gold.
While he's doing that, because I'm a lovely dwarf, I walk up, I kind of push Altharion off to the side, and I slam the longsword that I got up on the desk and say, "What can you tell me about this?"
Nice. All right, let me get that in for me.
I love it.
And Altharion kind of looks back at Rukhar and go, "You didn't have to be rude, man. Come on. Could have just asked me to step aside."
I just look at him like I don't understand a word of what he's saying, why he's saying this to me.
Beautiful.
Altharion will just shake his head and just step back.
Smart. Alright, where?
Fire microphone's muted. Or you're muted on Discord.
Yes, sir.
Well, now it's not funny. That's fine.
Uh-oh. Okay, so you have in front of you a +1 magic longsword called Shatter Spike. It's a +1 bonus to attack and damage rolls made with it. And there is actually a handout for it somewhere. So I will find that for you. If I can find it. There it is.
So I should replace this longsword with a +1 longsword.
Yes. You should be able to actually find it, but this is the info for now. There you go. Beautiful. Anything else, my dear friends?
I'll sell that diamond ring.
Okay. touch the machine. Alright.
Alrighty, chat. I'm gonna be right back. Continue listening to these guys as they keep on going through some stuff, and I will be right back.
Holy Christ. Does it sell for that much?
Pricey. Yes, he will give you 4,000 for it.
Holy
No wonder
shnikes.
that hobgoblin was like, "Yeah, here, take this signet ring."
Right, right.
See, we should have killed him. Imagine how much he would have had on him.
Oh my god.
Hey, look, the Citadel ain't going anywhere. Just gonna point that out there.
There we go. We go back.
You can go back.
Like, let's full send into the whole murder hobo thing.
The Citadel will remain.
Let's see.
Yeah, diamonds are rare and very, very expensive in this world.
I think I'll wait for the morning in game before I sell this.
Okay.
I think I'm gonna go to the tavern and walk up to the bartender and be like, "Hey, I'm a little low on funds right now, but how would you say I play music for the tavern for a room for the night?"
Have at it. The tavern's pretty busy. Most of the town folk have come in at the end of the day.
Alrighty, chat. I'm
and
back.
are sitting to
Hopefully
drink their
that's
shitty ale.
yep, that's
Um,
unmuted.
There
So
are a few
we're all good.
people who seem more full of money that are sitting closer to the stage that you would be presented with. There's a small lift in the floor in the corner, and the tender, I forget her name, to be honest with you, I'd have to look, clicks the light on, and what would be like a chandelier that's half broken, it's just got a couple bulbs hanging, lights up right above that little part, and she goes, "Have at it. Room's all yours."
Oh, please. No, are you joking?
Most of the people don't really care because they're getting fairly drunk. So they listen along and they speak a little louder, and you just, play your little heart away.
Is there an empty table?
There is.
We'll go sit on the empty table.
You got it.
Hannah's gonna be making her way around places,
Okay.
and she's gonna hand everybody 500 gold.
There you go.
Like,
She's just handing money out now.
she doesn't say why either. She's really just like individually, like small like pouches of 500 gold that she's giving to everybody.
Nice.
All right.
So unless somebody questions, it's just silently just placing it in front of
I'm taking this as I am playing so well right now.
I look at her, just not question anything, and then just put it away. The one thing that goes through my head is like, more money.
More money's Altharion will kind of cock his head a little bit and go, "I'm guessing you sold something."
That's what we're supposed to do, right?
Was it that diamond ring you found?
Yeah.
Okay. You didn't have to split that amongst us, but very kind of you.
Okay, but like I was reading that whenever you go out on adventures with people, you're supposed to share. So I'm sharing.
That's fair.
That's heartwarming. That's so. Aw. I'm going to miss Hannalore.
And Altharion will go, "Thank you very much, Hannalore. That's very kind of you."
You're welcome. And she like spins like with just the most like adorable like princess pep on the planet.
Oh, I love it so much. All right. Anybody else want to do anything special?
I think I'll just rock on over to the tavern and join everybody else, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would like to ask Meepo, since the deal was for him to come out and enjoy sausage and
Mhm.
be able to eat, fresh meat. Whether he
Uh-oh.
would like, what the hell is this?
Sugar's gone. There she is. Uh-oh.
Sugar.
My bad. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Biggest of oofs.
Was pressing. I was trying to open Discord back up, and I totally exited out of the call instead.
Yeah, I've done that before, to be honest.
So
Yeah.
I asked Meepo, it's like, would you like us to try to find a safe place in this town for you to make a living and have access to sausage while we're going out and finding wherever the heck it is that we're gonna settle?
He kind of looks around a little bit and he goes, You leave Meepo?
Oh, don't do
You-
that.
you-
Don't do that.
I can't leave me.
Oh no.
We can't. He can't say that. Oh my god.
So, how close in proximity is this table to the stage?
Like a table or two away.
Am I able to hear it?
Yeah.
Or is it too loud?
Yeah. No, you could definitely hear them. They're
Uh,
close
I'm,
enough.
I'm gonna keep playing. I'm like, nope, Meepo, you're come up here and sit with me, and I like try to like pat my lap while I'm playing.
Yeah, he does. He gets up and he runs over to you.
Oh,
I'm
Meepo.
gonna say this out of character. Technically, Nacho's freaking character is like best friends with me.
Yeah, Meepo does
I'm just-
really, really like Box. Yeah,
I'm just technically just bossing him around.
Yeah,
So
pretty much.
you're just doing the Dragonborn thing of just like, I can actually communicate with you properly,
Yeah,
whereas
Right.
Nacho, not so much.
right.
yeah, I will let Natural decide what the hell happened with me. How about that?
That's a better performance. I like it. I like it.
I'd roll again.
Yeah.
Because it's been a hot minute.
It has been a hot minute. There's definitely been a lot going on. So the music gets a bit better, and Meepo joins in, and he's helping you a little bit, and you guys are having fun. And he looks at you, and goes, "It's okay if you leave, Meepo. I'll stay here." And
My heart.
across the bar, you several people start to like snicker, like, "Really? What are you gonna do here?" And the female bartender looks around and she hears what's going on. It's just fairly quiet. Everybody's kind of just drinking along. Most are drunk by this point. And she goes, "Yeah, the kobold could stay. I could definitely put him to work." She's just got this thought frame. You could see her eyes doing math. She's like, "What'll he work for? What does he want?"
Fresh sausage.
Can do. Got a deal.
I'm gonna talk to Meepo. I'm like, what do you want to do?
So he's kind of nodding, and he's like, I like sausage. Like, sausage.
Well,
Yeah.
Keep him fed, and he will work for you. Oh, and find him a small place to sleep.
We have a basement.
Okay.
Perfect.
I don't want to leave Meepo, but I know this is going to be the best thing for him. Because where else is a kobold going to get a job? You know what I mean?
Mm,
And
Yeah.
not be in harm's way with adventurers.
It's a quiet town.
Yeah. Most of the time.
this is awesome, team. I'm absolutely loving
But they have
this.
a
So
citadel
much fun.
sink beneath the ground.
We had a lot of combat in the past couple of sessions. Now it's a bit more role play.
Kind of close. But to that fact, Meepo goes, "We've come here before."
I don't know if that's a good thing or if that's a bad thing.
You weren't here for the stories last time, though. So the stories from Belak and several others is that the kobolds and the goblins would sell the fruit to local townspeople.
Oh, yeah, I do.
So they have actually been here several times, usually selling things, never staying, but enough so that the people in the town aren't really weary of a kobold. And they have some travelers that come through, but most are used to larger cities that have many different races and species. So it's really not a bad idea. But Meepo does look around and, nods his head a bit and kind of he looks a bit content and he goes, "You visit Meepo. Meepo be here."
Of course.
Okay, buddy. I'll come back and visit you sometime.
Okay. And he stays with you for quite some time before, the night wraps up. And before the night does end, and most have had several drinks, the bar starts to clear out a little bit. The mayor comes in.
Uh-oh.
Let me just think of I forget the name of the mayor. Give me 1 second. Mayor Lang, Vernor Lang, comes in and sees you guys and goes, "Wait, you're back. You didn't tell anybody you're back." And everyone kind of looks around like they're here. Obviously, they're back.
Yeah.
And he's like, "You didn't, what happened?" And he looks around and he goes, "They're not here with you, though."
What?
I literally snap my fingers in front of Hannah. Don't you have some things for the family?
Oh, they're not. Okay.
They're not here.
Okay, I was like, is he talking to the people around us? Are we dead?
Fourth wall.
Okay. Ooh, all right. Yeah, I was having a meltdown in my brain. Okay. Yeah, I will hand him the things.
Wait, why are we handing them to the mayor?
Yeah.
Well, he's the mayor.
I mean, I don't have to hand it to him. Just show him we have things.
So you show him the signet rings, and his face just depletes. And he goes, "Oh, stay here. Just don't move, okay? Just stay." And he just shuffles right out of the building as quickly as he can. As you guys are you're feeling a little bit of the anxiety, the anxiousness is coming over most of the people because they're coming back with the way that his face looked. You do have some time to prepare any thoughts about what you're going to tell them. And a short time later, Meepo is kind of walking around the bar. The barmaids have given him things to do. To see how he'll do in helping out. So he's been cleaning up a little bit around everybody. He seems happy. And in comes Carowin, Lady Carowin, who looks fairly distraught. Obviously, the mayor said they have the rings and not, your children. And she comes in and she just quietly pushes through and sits down at the table that you guys are currently sitting at and goes, "Tell me what happened."
Bard.
Okay, it's falling on me. Got it. All right. So I guess at this point I have put my loot away and I have walked over to the table and I sat down. I'm gonna say, well, when we got down there, and there was a tree and there was some druids that were working for who knows who. We think it's a Strahd.
A vampire.
Yes.
And she kind of looked at you a little accusingly, really?
I still have the walking stick. So the tree,
You do.
whenever people touched it or something like that, they became enthralled, and then the tree would absorb their life and to make those fruits that the kobolds were selling to the town. So when we got there, it was too late, and they only had 24 hours after they get infected, after the tree is destroyed, to live. But thankfully, we did have enough time with them to have them write a note down for you. And I look over to Hannalore, and I'm like,
I'm like pointing like at the note. I'm like, give it to her.
I hand it to her.
And she takes the note and she kind of has, like, she rubs it a little bit. She's, you know, this is the last little bit of what would be her children. And she takes a moment and the mayor asks if you know anything about the fruit in general, while she's, you know, unwrapping. And
The fruit itself can be one of two variants. The first one can heal you of any like ailment that you can have, and the other one just kills you. But they're made of people, like their life force. They're absorbed through the tree and made into fruits that like are made like once every couple months, I think.
that's interesting.
Altharion will pipe up,
Well-
and it's once every 6 months.
Once every 6 months. Thank
One
you,
of these
Altharion.
fruits will appear. Also, Notion, I can't remember who it is as Altharion. I'm like, one of us also picked up one of the books from the druid that was there. So we do have further evidence that we are, you know, telling the truth. And I'll go, who's got the book? And I'll look at everyone in the party.
Who's read it?
I don't remember.
I want to say it was Kane, but I don't remember.
I think it was Kane.
Did you have his diary? No?
We can't hear you, Ken.
Well, you're muted or something.
Can you?
Oh, yes.
There you go.
That's weird.
One of you had the book. I don't remember who. Whichever, it doesn't matter. I know one of you had it.
I don't have the book because I didn't check his body.
It must have been me then.
Yeah, probably.
I think it's whoever has the cane.
Oh, then that would be me.
Oh, well, there you go.
Because
Well-
you know the cane.
Yeah. So
Right.
the mayor asks
Yeah.
if he can see the book.
Can
He kind of. Go ahead.
well, I was gonna ask this before I knew that I was being stupid. Can I look at the major while they're discussing the fruit and see exactly how interested he is about it, rather
Yeah.
than, you know?
Yeah, you could definitely insight, I guess, would be a good one for that. Okay.
There we
He's
Oi.
super interested. You can tell that he doesn't even care what happened with Carowin and her children. He doesn't really give a shit. He's more focused on the tree and the fruit.
All right. You can see like while I'm looking at him, like I got like one of my nails just digging into the table. Like I'm completely like apathetic about what really is going on. And I look straight at the mayor. It's like, if you're having plans of trying to use the tree is long gone.
Well, it's not
Along
that
with
tree
Balak.
that I'm worried about. And he
Which
starts
tree?
reading through and he goes, we have to burn the trees. And as he says that, Carowin looks up and shows you the note, and all that's written on the page is burn all of the trees.
Oh, interesting.
So he's flipping through the pages, and they used to, he starts to explain a little bit, and he goes, when we used to buy the fruits, we would plant them rather than use them.
Oh,
I literally
Because we
just
thought we could make more of this amazing fruit that
Oh,
was
no.
healing all of the people that were having problems. And he goes, we have to have everyone burn the trees. They all need to die. And he kind of blisterly runs out. He just leaves. Carowin is rather pale. And she goes, you realize that all of the seeds that we've ever bought are not only in this town, they're everywhere. This isn't just us. They do it all over. And this could be a very large problem for the entire continent, maybe further.
that's really not good. That's really, really, really not good.
Yeah.
I'll turn to Caro and
personally-
I'll go. Sorry. And I'll go. How often did we see? How often did you see either kobolds or goblins coming in selling pieces of this fruit? Was it once every 6 months, or were they
no,
only come?
probably just. It was only in the spring we would see them.
Okay, so once a year. Do
Yeah.
you know roughly how many trees that you would plant?
Oh, we've been doing this for a decade.
Oh God.
Jesus.
Oh
so,
God.
That's at least 20 trees.
So from my math then, from what you've told me, you've just said you've received the fruit once every spring. Been doing it for 10 years.
Mhm.
Am I right in thinking you've got 10 trees, or are there more?
And she kind of sinks into her chair a little bit, and she goes, "You know how you can kind of propagate a tree?" She's,
Yeah.
"Well,
Well, not only that, but this is just the fruit that's every 6 months,
yeah,
right? The
Yeah.
fruit has seeds in it.
Yeah. Like each apple has like what, 6 seeds in it?
6 or yeah, 6 like
6 to
something like
12, yeah.
So there could be up to 120 trees.
that. Maybe, yeah.
That's assuming this is like an apple. What if it's like a pomegranate,
Yeah.
which has 60 seeds in it?
At that point,
Yeah.
we just accept fate.
Just accept fate, let it go.
I look at the lady. I'm gonna ask straight. It's like, how many trees are planted in this town right now?
At least every house has one sapling. There's some extra by the church. And she goes, and then anybody who's left usually takes one with them as a good luck charm. And she goes, they're everywhere. She goes, we don't, it's not just here. We're going to burn here, but we're just going to destroy the place. She goes, this isn't going to help. And she kind of just puts the gold down that she promised you. I think it was like 125 per. So 250. She puts it down on the table and she goes, I think I have some work to do. And she just gets up and walks out.
It's distressing, to say the least.
Yes. To know that they've got trees all over the continent makes this a very big problem.
But we knew that while we were fighting down there, he did said that they were spread throughout the continent.
Yeah, but
They were using thralls to do that. This is using fruit. We don't know how the fruit works. They could all die within 24 hours. But I'm almost willing to bet that the fruit are not thralls and they don't die.
yeah, yeah. Considering that we've just found out that some of the fruit is near the like every single house has got at least one tree. There's a couple more, and there's some around the church. I reckon in the morning, let's go investigate the ones around the church. That way we can have a look and we can see, one, if they're producing more fruit. Two, we can sense if they're doing something. I turn to Hannalore and I'm like, you could, like, I know that we spoke about this before, but is there any way that you can help, like, understand or divine what's going on with these trees and what effect they might have? Because this isn't now just a town issue, this is a continent issue. It's larger
Is
than
there
us.
anything that I can do, Bird? I mean, besides just like normal checks and stuff, like, is there?
Let's see. What can you do?
Because Altharion doesn't know Hannalore that well.
Because I don't have anything spells wise that would be able to, like, I mean, besides I guess detect magic, but that's not really gonna, I don't think it's really gonna do much for us. I'm just wondering if, like, just as a cleric in general, there's anything that I could do.
Not that you have. However, someone in town may know something that you can have or do.
Okay.
As much as you might not want to be loved on, Miss Corky might know the priest in the area.
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking.
If she has them, I mean, I'm sure that she would know something about them, or at least be able to help you figure out how to figure something out.
Gotcha. Yeah, look, I'll tell Altharion that I'm not exactly sure what I can do, but I did chat with the priest or priestess that's over there. Maybe she knows something.
Yeah, okay. Because I can have a look from a nature standpoint, because Altharion's proficient in nature, and that's one of his kind of abilities. Yeah, and so I can definitely have a look from that standpoint. I've also got, in terms of my spells, I've got detect poison and disease. So
That'll help.
I can kind of use both of those skills to kind of assist in being able to discover what's actually going on with these trees. Because whilst, yes, we could go and burn all these trees, but if they're not actually doing anything, then it's not going to help. But if they are, then it's of the utmost importance.
Hmm.
And I'll kind of turn to the rest of the party and go, what does everyone else think? And Altharion just kind of sits back for a sec and is just kind of, it's kind of, think of it in The Return of the King, where Aragorn's really unsure about his power and his ability to like wield the Palantir, and Gandalf kind of boosts his confidence. He kind of sits back worrying about his own decisions and ability to make choices in that sense. And
I
lead
think
these.
the phrase "better safe than sorry" is very applicable in this situation. So I think we should burn the trees. Like, no question. We need to destroy them as fast as possible.
Rukhar, thoughts?
I have nothing.
Okay.
Hannah's a little on the fence, just like she was when we were in the Citadel, mainly because she doesn't feel like there's enough information for an educated decision on that, and it's more of a impulsive, like, well, it's just bad, so we have to, burn them all down. And I mean, we have no evidence that these newly planted trees are exactly the same as the original. We don't have any proof of that. So she's a little skeptical on, like, she'll stress. I don't make rash decisions on things I don't understand.
I get that.
That's what she'll stress.
I hear you. And that's kind of where I'm at. I'm in that tension of like, if it's the same as the other trees, then we've got to do something. But if it isn't, then we don't necessarily have to worry about it as much. nAga, have you got any thoughts? Or Carric?
I mean, nAga's going to chime in and say very similarly to Hannah, where it's like, we don't know enough. I mean, I would imagine that this town and these people aren't the first people to find that fruit and do something with it.
Yeah.
So I'm curious if this has happened before, or if there's more information we could find out about it somehow. Like, we should try and figure out if there's some way we can figure out more information in some way. And if this, spellcasting way of doing it is possible, then maybe that's what we do. Because going out and trying to burn all these trees, even if we do know for sure that that's what we need to do, is going to be insurmountable. For a small group like us, it's going to be very, very difficult for us to do.
Yeah.
It would need to be like a full town initiative, and then God knows what else.
That.
Not only that, if we go into a city and we're like, hey, we're burning down your trees, like, that's not gonna go over well for many.
We'd have to provide.
We're gonna end up having to like explain ourselves every single time.
Yeah.
Over and over and over and over again.
Government assistance, or maybe we could talk to the church.
Maybe.
The church, I guarantee, is probably not going to be into vampiric trees that kill people.
Yeah.
If
What? Are
if
you
I,
sure?
if I had to take a guess, and we do have a cleric with us, which I know you're not going to be with us much longer, but still, we could push for that angle.
It's
Just
also
Tell the church and like, this is your problem now. Bye.
I also note that on the town map, and just from walking around the town, I would have seen it. There is an archives in the town, so maybe we could ask Lady Carowin if we're able to actually go into the archives and see if there's any more information in there. Might be another good
That's a
point of
really good
reference.
idea.
Because if we kind of use tomorrow as like a fact-finding mission, and we find as much information as possible before deciding on a course of action, I think that's going to be the best thing. But I think we do still have to come up with a course of action. I don't think we can't sit on our hands about this.
No, but Hannah will kind of chime in there and say, I totally agree with you. But I do think that it needs to be a wise decision before we do it.
Yeah.
And she agrees, like, to go to the archives and talk with the priestess and all that. Like, she totally agrees on, like, just having that information will give us not only a better idea of, like, what we're dealing with, but how to deal with it as well.
Yes. Because burning it mightn't work. Who knows? This could...
It might not do anything.
Yeah, this
like,
could be...
not on the, like, spawns of it.
No. And that's the thing, like, and I'm going to kind of pull out of Altharion for a sec. The way eucalyptus trees work in Australia is they use fire to spread their seeds. And so, Altharion, coming back in it as Altharion, well, it could be the case that maybe if we set them on fire, it could just spread the problem. That's another thing that could happen. So we've got to figure out a way to deal with the trees if we need to, with as much information as possible. And it'll just kind of sink back, stroke his beard, and just really consider. Let out a bit of a heavy,
Naga will
heavy
even
sigh.
Naga will mention how, I mean, misinformation is exactly why this problem started in the first place. So we want to make sure that we know what we're doing here. Like, these guys just planting seeds and stuff of some random fruit, caused this. So maybe we make sure that we're doing the right thing before we really like set out.
Yeah,
You hear the
agreed.
buzz in the room. Other people who've listened in on your conversation they're like, we have to go home and get rid of the trees, right? That's what we have to do. And they're talking among themselves and to each other. They're all obviously, they live here, so they've listened, they understand. They're like, well, we just don't want them now because why would I want that? If that was the thing that did all of this, why would I want to own something like that? And you see them start to slowly leave one at a time, or one small group. And the mayor comes back in and he goes, I appreciate your help with all of this, and for telling us, about the trees. We had no idea, and it's our own fault, our own greed and stupidity that led us to this place, and we're going to do the best we can to stop it. I don't know how, but I think getting rid of the trees, or at least as many of them as we can, in the best way, will set us forward, at least, and we can spread the information to stop propagating and creating more of them, at least. Hopefully.
Altharion will then chime in just as he says hopefully and go, can I just ask, can we help you with this? Can you give us a kind of a day, 2 days to kind of investigate the trees themselves, see if there's anything in your archives? Because whilst, yes, I completely understand you want to remove the trees, we've just been discussing as a group, like, we want to help with this situation because we've brought you that information, but we also don't want to do it in such a way that it's going to cause more of a problem as well. For example, we were just saying, if we go and set them all on fire, who knows that might be the way that they spread more seeds. Like, are you able to like give us a couple of days if you're able to spread the word amongst the citizens to let us do a bit of investigation first, and then we can come to you and let us know our findings and the course of action that would be best to be taken with all the information that we have.
I would be glad to have you do some research. And he kind of fiddles with a handful of keys, and he hands you a key, and he goes, "The archives are all yours. Good luck. Let me know what you find. Try not to take too long. Lady Carolyn is setting up a memorial for her children, and she would like to invite you all to stay on her as a thank you for helping, and to be a part of the memorial, if you wouldn't mind, tomorrow afternoon. So you do have all night, all morning, and then hopefully we'll come to some kind of decision on how to calm the town and get this done as best we can."
Okay. Yeah, we'll definitely stay for the memorial. And yeah, like, we can discuss in the day afterwards the memorial. We can talk about it then, kind of let everyone, like, let Lady Carolyn grieve and all that, because I would like to involve her in that process as well. To give her, that space to, grieve the loss of her children. Sure, she might be 100% the following day, but she'll be a little better than probably the afternoon that she's just on the memorial.
Yeah, I will give her as much time as she needs. She usually tells us that information. And he kind of looks out the door as if he's expecting her to just like burst in the door ready right now. And he kind of sighs, and he's like, "Those kids were good kids, and we're gonna miss them. So thank you for at least putting some peace to that and letting us know we don't have to worry further about, what could possibly be happening. And that closure is important, especially for Carowin. She needed that."
Glad that we were able to be of service.
I mean, we definitely appreciate you guys coming in for it. If you want to chat with some of the locals, by Carowin's home, you'll find some other nobles who are prominent in the area, some who have families across the continent that might be able to share this information a bit further than we could, much faster. I'm sure they'd be willing to chat as much as you would like to.
Okay, thank you for the information. Really appreciate it.
Well then.
Yes.
Considering our current time constraint,
Well,
if I could make a suggestion, since it seems that we have to spread the word, how about we split the group and some of us go to the archive while others go around town discussing things with, the locals.
But also, we've also got to go and see the priestess, and I'd like to do some investigation on a tree myself. So it's kind of like we're going to be splitting the party 4 ways by sounds, or 3 ways.
No, I mean, the people that go out to talk to the locals can't actually go by the church or the temple, whatever it is called.
Eric's gonna pipe in here and just say, unless I missed something completely, what are we getting out of this? Because I don't work for free.
Oh, he's got a point.
I looked at what's the enemy's name again?
Carric.
Carric?
Carric.
I look at Carric and I'm like, don't you work for one of the families here?
Doesn't mean I work for free.
Yeah, you're still under their employment.
Right, but that means I do work for them. I don't work for the city.
Exactly. If you want money, you're more than welcome to go to your employer and request compensation for helping them clean up this mess.
But I don't.
As for me, I could
Yeah, Altharion will chime in just as Drakax finished, like, you're welcome to go, Sam, but I say, Carric, I understand that you don't want to work for free. At the same time, I would highly, highly advise against approaching Lady Kerwin about that right now. She is just
I'm not approaching her about it. I'm not approaching her about it. What I'm simply saying is we're wasting our time with trees when there could be something more, fruitful for our labors.
The mayor kind of looks at you and he nods and he goes, I understand. He goes, you've definitely done the work that we've asked you to do. You don't have to help. We do appreciate it if you do, or whatever you would like to do for it. I can see if the town wants to pay you for your efforts on trying to help us resolve this issue. But I would have to talk to the priestess as well in the morning, because she usually does this with me. If you don't.
I look at the mayor and I just shrug. It's like, I personally don't care about the trees. However, I will be more than happy to gain access to the archives. That's part of my compensation.
All yours.
And after that, I will just stand up from the table and I'm like, I'll see you guys in the morning. And I head out and head to the archive.
I'll pipe up at this point and I'll go, it's been a long day. We are all exhausted. We've all been adventuring. I know Drakax wants to go and study archives now, but I don't know about you guys. I'm ready to hit the hay. I'm ready for a sleep.
I was literally thinking the same thing.
Before I leave the building, I actually grab the key and I just go around with it, spinning it on my nail. It's like, whoever feels like joining me is more than welcome to come join me, whether it is now or in the morning. I'll be in the building.
I'll turn to Drakax and go, I'll quite possibly join you earlier in the morning. Just let me get some sleep.
Understood.
Anna's gonna try to go over and talk with the priestess a little bit.
Okay. Fair. All right, so we've got some who are going to sleep, some who are heading to the archives to play, and some, well, at least Hannah, to the priestess.
Alrighty, chat. Hope you're all enjoying this. It's great fun. I'm actually really digging the role
Whoever's
play.
going to sleep can start like a long rest. Not that you really need it, but you could take however many hours you want, starting from now. And I will do, let's do the priestess first, because it's probably going to be a shorter conversation than doing all of the roles for the archives. Rukhar, where did you go?
The tap.
There. You got it. You and me both. You're chilling. All right, cool. Yeah, so what would you like to do? She is there. Doors are still open. She lives there, so you could just kind of walk right in if you'd like.
Yeah, I'll do exactly that. I'll just kind of walk right in, and if I don't get her attention right away, I'll kind of pipe up and be like, "Hi, I'm back."
Does the same as she did last time. She gets all excited and runs over to you and kind of shuffles you further into the building. She goes, "What can I do for you, dear?"
So we came back from the Citadel, and we were told that you guys had been planting a lot of trees from those fruits. I was wondering if you had any information more about that.
Well, I have some. She goes, I made a deal with the goblins to only take the ruby fruit. Which is, I heard rumors that the white fruit in the winter months is the one that kills people. She goes, I don't want to kill people, obviously. And then she gets back to her normal speaking voice. She goes, so I made a deal, and they only brought us the ruby fruits. And from what I understood about the fruit is that the mother tree would do both, and only its children would do one or the other. So I believe, if I'm not mistaken, and my knowledge of the tree is correct from what I've learned, that we should only have the life-bearing tree. She goes, the saplings and you know, they seem healthy. She goes, I'll show you. And she just drags you off towards the back of the church and down a little corridor. And as you're going through, it's beautiful. It's absolutely breathtaking. This long corridor has just nothing but stained glass windows, and it looks like velvet, and it's just, she did amazing with the building. She's been here obviously for many, many, many years. It's just gorgeous. And she brings you to a small, like, indoor orchard. Can't speak. Don't mind me. And in there, it's almost the same size as the front half of the church, and she has rows, at least just from your look, 6 rows of beautiful, almost aspen-like looking trees. They're just gorgeous, and they're healthy and green, and it smells amazing. And you're like, just taking it all in, and she's like, well, this is all of them. She goes, this is where we propagate from. This is all of the trees that we've planted from the physical seeds that have been sold to us that we could afford. She goes,
Hannah will kind of try to reiterate, like, these are the only ones you've planted.
These are the only ones that we've planted from the seeds themselves. The rest have been propagated or brought in from other places, which I've warned them not to touch, and any that don't look like these, I usually get rid of.
Where are the rest of them? The ones from other places?
We usually burn them.
Okay.
They smell nice when you burn them.
So how do you know that the red fruits are the ones that heal you? Just because of what the goblins told you?
No, I've had a few visitors from other regions who've, you know, seen people who've had the white and seen people who've had the red. So by knowledge of what has been going on in other temples and shrines in the region, it seems that the red fruit is good and the other one's not.
Interesting. Trying to think if there's anything else I need to ask her. Because that's a lot of, like, really valuable information.
To her knowledge, yes. As much as she could have gathered over the
Yeah.
past handful of years, that's what, you know.
All right. You know what? I'll thank her, and let her know. You know, if I had any more questions, I'll probably come back and see if there's anything else that you can tell me.
Sure. I'm always here. Door's always open.
And I'll head back to the tavern, I guess, with that information.
Beautiful. Altharion looks deep in thought.
I am, but also in game, I'm like fully aware that I'm sleeping for 6 hours.
Yeah.
That's the.
Yeah.
So, meta game level, I have that info. Actual character level, none whatsoever.
None whatsoever.
I will say, how much time has
I would say
gone?
That you were talking to her in that conversation, probably about an hour or so.
Okay, so it's like what, like maybe like 2 hours total ish?
Yeah, give or take.
Okay. Hannah is no, she would. Hannah is gonna go find Altharion's room and knock on it and see if he answers. Because she remembers Altharion was very much in line with her on what they were thinking, and she wants to make sure that we have that information immediately. If he responds, that is, unless he's just like conked the out, like.
So he hasn't. Altharion's actually quite a light sleeper because he's just used to being on patrol and having to almost be ready to get up and fight and defend himself. So he kind of. He's just. There's the knock on the door and you go like, alright, okay, yep, come in. And he just kind of sits up and he just rubs his eyes and he goes, Yeah. Like,
Okay.
do you enter?
I have a question, and it's actually very important for Hannah's character.
Yeah.
What does he wear to go to sleep in? I know this is really weird, but it's actually very important.
I knew you were going to ask this.
It's important.
Think of it like just an undershirt and just some, like, simple shorts. That he wears underneath his stuff.
Right.
His arm is all up on kind of that other side of the room, hung up, nicely looked after. You do see his sword by his bed as well, but his bow and quiver are up on the wall with his armor.
Okay.
And so he's not fully out of bed. He's just kind of sit up and just crossed his legs underneath the blanket, being respectful.
So Hannah will walk in, and like as she's about to be like, "Hey, I found this information," she'll see Altharion be like, "Oh, so I talked with the priestess and like just straight up like trying to like avoid like I am a good cleric." And
Altharion, Hannalore, you're fine. I've got a shirt on. Don't stress. You can come in. Like there's a seat in the corner. Feel free to pull it over.
she's definitely not making eye contact with you the entire time. I want you to be like, it's very clear. Like she's just like looking down, like. And she'll say everything, you know, about how, you know, they only took the ruby fruits. That's what the goblins agreed with them. That's the deal they made. The other tree does both fruits. The offsprings only do one or the other. And there's only 6 rows of trees that they have kept, as far as she knows from going to the shrine. And that's all that she's gathered, but she can always go back and get more info if needed.
Cool. I'm just quickly making some notes. Sorry. So
Fire, I need you to stop predicting my role playing, please. Really ruins the immersion.
So Altharion will kind of just take in this information. He's kind of just wiping the sleep a little bit out of his eyes, and he's just going, okay. So what you're telling me is that they've only planted like a solid cluster of trees at the back of the church that were from the original fruit. That it was from the red fruit, the one that we actually found up on the tree itself when we were killing it. And that the trees will only plant that are planted from one particular fruit will only grow that fruit.
Yes.
Is that correct? Am I?
Yes.
Okay. What did the trees look like? Like, can you describe their appearance to me?
They looked like aspen trees and they smelled great.
Okay.
They were green and lively. They didn't look too sugar, or well, rather to Hannah, they did not
Too
look,
sugar.
I know. They did not look like the other tree.
So it didn't look like the tree that we found
Correct.
whatsoever.
It did not look like the Golthias tree. No.
So Altharion will kind of pop up. I'd still like to see the trees for myself and just kind of look at them in terms of and use my knowledge in nature. And also I want to see if there's anything like disease or poison going on still, to kind of further our knowledge. But I'd really like to do that in the morning if that's okay. Like I probably want to get about another 4 hours sleep. Like sure, we rested a couple of times whilst we were there, but I just feel like a good night's sleep will really have my headspace in the right area to be able to investigate and get the best information possible.
Hannah will pop up very quickly and just be like, yeah, in the morning. Okay, bye. And like,
and as she does that, I go, Hannalore, thank you. I appreciate you coming to me straight away and being very diligent about this. I'll see you in the morning.
she'll just kind of go, and then
I want to put her in my pocket. I'm just saying. Right in the pocket. I'm gonna keep her.
she's a good, not Christian girl, okay?
That's the best way to describe it.
I don't think I actually picked a deity for her. No, I did. Who did I do?
Did you?
I think we talked about one.
We did speak about it a little bit.
Tyr.
Yes.
She's a good Tyr church girl.
Yes, she is. Oh man. All right, cool, beautiful. Drac, you are in the archive.
Yes.
You are probably torturing things, but what would you like to find?
Well, let's start with any book related, no, not related, anything that I may see. Doesn't matter the language. Let's start with that. That might refer to the trees. Like maybe the first appearance of the stupid seed or anything in the town.
Okay. It takes you a while to look through. It's very disorganized. There's not really any specific area of the archives to scan over for said tree. But you do find a register of people, strangers specifically, who have come into the town and traded, who didn't have any kind of noble background or just were someone that they've never seen before. And you do
Alright,
find,
chat, I'm gonna be right back. Just need to go for another bio break.
Listed when he showed up for the first time. He's been there for quite some time. And then previous to him, you also find, let me just find his name. Oh, I have such a bad handwriting. You find it's another druid that was just prior to that one, written close to 20 years ago, named Pert, P-E-R-T. That also came in with a similar look. They wrote out, he was wearing like a very drab but like gray robes. He didn't seem very special, but he was sighting around the town a bit and stayed for about one night before leaving and letting the blacksmith know that he'll be local for quite a few years and he'll be sending some traders regularly. You don't really see anything prior to that that has to do with anything with the druids and anything with any kind of tree. You skim through more books and you find a trade event where once every season a bunch of traders come through and you start to see some of the items that the town buys rather than individuals. And the mayor's signature is on each one of them, approving that that's what he bought. And
chat, I hope you are enjoying hanging out with us, playing some D&D. It's awesome fun. Absolutely love it. For those of you
of a ruby
that aren't here, weren't here last night, we did kick off
at that time for 250 gold.
The giveaway. So if you want to jump in on that, head to that link
through that
and you can jump in there.
Comes in, it goes up by increments of 50. It is quite the little pricey fruit. But it seems that they don't really care that it was pricey. They just kept dishing out for it. Every single time it came, they would buy another one.
All I'm saying, like, I'm just reading all this and what's going through my head is like, this bunch of idiots. I make a mental note of the register and everything and like put it neatly on the side where I can hand it to the rest of the group. And I started looking around, see if any names, look familiar.
Any specific books or types of books that you're looking for?
No, I mean like like through the register first, like
okay.
Any name that might bring back memories, put it that way.
Let's see. I know I have more shit here. Do, 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 do. No. Where's the rest of my stuff here? Let's see. You see some basic traders in the area that you know of. Nothing really too crazy that's popping up into your mind. You do see here's just that several that there was in the register, digging deep through it, you find when all of the nobles moved into the region.
Okay.
You're currently you find when the Carric family, the Rukhar family moved in, which is a very long time ago, mind you, several hundred years. It's long lineage. They're written down as common folk traders back then. And that would be in year 320 is when they originally moved in. The town doesn't have many new members. Most of them are long lineage of families. In the other areas, you find other of the names that you've heard around town. Some seeming to kind of spark you a little bit. House Vitroska is another one of the noble families in the area. You can actually see where they live on the map. They came in at about the same time, around like 345-ish. And they didn't have any kind of lineage. They were mainly workers. But they came in and they're still there. And the other house, House Sunstar, came in 351. And they were night dwellers, is what they have written down. There's not really much other information that kind of strikes you, but that is what you can find back towards the rest of the archive of the residents in the area.
Okay. And that's just for people that come by, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just gonna keep looking around and see if anything piques my interest, or whatever papers or books they might have in there.
Do an investigation check.
You're really good at this.
You are really good at those.
So good. Oh my god.
GG's.
Yeah, right. No, you don't find anything super specific. You find some more like little writings and doodles of most of the town people who've come in and drawn little pictures or wrote little things that they've experienced, but nothing absolutely crazy or anything really exciting. It kind of seems like a fairly boring town.
Boring people can sometimes, hide some crazy shit.
You never know.
That's true.
All right. Well, considering the papers that I find, I'm just make sure that everything is neatly in the side. I'm just gonna make myself cozy in here.
Fair.
Take out my alchemy kit and try to figure out what the weird green liquid pods that I found are.
That's right. I have to find them again. I lose them. I lose everything, to be fair. I will find them. But what else would we like to do, folks?
How much time has passed?
You're definitely a few hours in. Could probably start waking up to continue part of the day.
Cool, yeah. So, Altharion will
Unless
wake up.
anyone wants to do something
Oh,
specific
yeah.
at night. I don't think so, but no one said anything anyway. No. All right, cool. Then yeah, we could start waking up. Say the 6 hours, 6 to 7 hours has passed.
Yeah.
Pretty fluidly.
So yeah, Altharion wakes up, decides to get dressed and head down, grab some food. And he's just sitting there having some, bacon, eggs, sausages, that kind of stuff from the tavern. And
IHOP.
IHOP. We're getting IHOP this weekend. Foot down. It's happening.
And so yeah, so he's kind of alone at this point. He's not sure if anyone else is awake as of yet.
I am going to stumble into the hallway, not fully awake. The hair slicked to the one side with a cowlick. Yawn and walk up to Altharion and be like, "Morning."
What's your character's name? Because is it Avery at the moment?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys know me as Avery, and I'm gonna snag a sausage off your plate and eat it.
I'm gonna go.
You guys, as you're sitting there, you do see Meepo walking around with like 2 sausages hanging out of his mouth as he's cleaning up the floor. He's a very happy boy. He's a super happy boy.
I'll turn to Avery and go, "Morning, Avery. How you doing? Looks like you're a bit worse for wear after last night. Have a bit too much to drink, did ya?"
Nope, just a lot of sleep. It was great.
Fair, very fair. Also, all you have to do is ask if you want some sausages. You don't just take it straight off my plate, alright, man? Come on.
Noted.
Alright, thank you. He picks up on Meepo just kind of scurrying around everywhere, cleaning up, and it's like, oh, it looks like Meepo's being put to good use now, isn't he?
Well, I'm just happy that he's happy.
Couldn't agree more. So, Hannalore came to me about 2 hours in to me trying to sleep last night, with some info she discovered.
He's really salty about that.
He is kind of
I can tell.
I'm not salty. I'd only just gotten into my second sleep cycle. It's fine. I'm a relatively light sleeper anyway, but that's just the Ranger life that I've been living. So pretty much she went and spoke with the cleric, not the cleric, the priestess at the church. Pretty much they've got 6 rows of trees out the back that have been planted from the red fruit. And from the priestess's knowledge, the red fruit's the one that gives life. The white fruit is the one that brings death. Now, if the trees around here, at least here in Oakhurst, are only been planted from the red fruit. The trees that are planted from the red fruit will only bear red fruit. And so the description that Hannalore gave me is they're like aspen. They're really vibrant, full of life in terms of the trees. So I'm probably gonna potentially wait until Hannalore's with us, and I might head back over to the church and see if I can sense anything or do some investigation on these original trees. And then maybe go around town and see if there's like another tree elsewhere that's been propagated from this batch of trees to see if there's anything else from those ones, and then we can kind of go from there, I reckon. And then also find Drakax as well. I didn't hear him come in. I didn't see him. I think he's still at the archives. But that's where I was headed last night. I don't know anything else other than that.
Hannah will conveniently appear.
So I have walked in. I'm gonna say to Altharion, I'm gonna lean over I'm gonna go. Think you should wake up Rukhar? That doesn't look comfortable.
And I'll turn to Avery and I go, like, so just in kind of, is Rukhar still in the room that we're looking in?
Yeah.
Or okay.
As far as I'm aware, yes.
I imagine
He put a little flavor texting in the
Read
And
the chat.
Rukhar is like he's face down on the table with
some
like,
pretty good
mug-
flavor text.
Love it. So Altharion will turn back to him. I'm like, to be honest, I reckon let's just leave him for a minute. Maybe let's leave him a note, let him sleep it off, tell him what we're doing, and to come and find us when he wakes up after he's gotten some
That
food
is probably a wise choice.
and sobered up. Because my experience of dwarves is that they love their ale as much as they love their gold. So
nAga will like come busting through the door and be like, also their beauty sleep.
Altharion will just turn to nAga and go, well, aren't you chirpy for this time of the morning?
Yeah, I slept under one of the trees. I was curious if it would make me all weird and zombie-like. So I was like, you know what? I'll give it a try. See what happens.
yes,
Didn't
you
happen,
find that.
by the way. Yeah.
Well,
We said we
good
wanted to
to
do
know.
research. This is
Solid
research.
point.
True, but yeah, okay. And Altharion will
Now
just
the
put
real
his hand
test
on
is
his
once we
face.
destroy the tree. Once we
I will
destroy the tree,
also
that's how we
eat
know.
one of your sausages, by the way.
And I'll just turn to nAga and I go, you can get your own food, you know, right? Like, stop.
I'm
like,
gonna
you're
turn
the
over to Naga. I'm like, yeah, man,
Like,
that's
slapping
weird.
people's
You take
hands at
another
this point.
sausage off the plate.
Yes.
He's gonna stare you dead in the eye as he's munching on the sausage and just be like, sharing is caring.
I'm gonna turn over to Naga and be like, yeah, man, taking food off people's plates is not cool, and I'm gonna grab another sausage off the plate.
And I'm gonna turn to both of you and go, nAga, I agree, sharing is caring. All I ask is that you just ask. And I'll turn back to Avery.
sausage.
You also got 500 gold, as far as I'm aware.
What?
So you can go buy your own as well.
Oh.
I have no.
Anyway,
clue
at this point, Altharion's like, you know what, you two, and he just shoves the plate into the middle of the table. You two go for this. I'm gonna go grab some more.
I'm gonna make eye contact with Naga, just nod and start digging in.
Same. I'll be like, it worked.
It so worked.
And then I rock up to the tavern, grab some more breakfast. However much that cost me, Bird, just let me know, and I'll take it off my gold.
Yeah, they've got you.
Okay.
Yeah, you're still guests. Even though she's not happy with the results, you're still guests. For food, anyway.
Yeah.
And board.
And then I come back. I'm literally, my back's turned to the table, and I just turn around and go, you guys. Slowly walk on over, place down my next plate. I go, this is mine. Neither of you are having it. You can finish that off. And I just kind of, I rest my hand like right in front of it, and I just start tucking in. And I'm just very defensive of my own food at this point.
Love it. Love it. So as you guys are starting to settle in and wake up and eat, the mayor comes in and does let you know that, what are you giggling?
I love it. Freaking Fox.
Avery.
Every time.
Really?
They're a feisty little group. The mayor does come in and he lets you know that Lady Carolyn has planned to set up the memorial for just midday, noon-ish. Naga shows the Great Bard a new trick he learned. Start covering some of the... Oh my gosh. He's controlling Annie now.
I'm so happy we're doing this.
He has like the biggest smile. He's like, isn't it cool?
I guess what I did sleight of hand. I stole one, no notice. I'm just gonna like wave the sausage in front of nAga. Okay.
Oh my. Anyway.
Altharion just lets out a massive sigh and just goes, really, guys?
Yes.
Beautiful. So he does tell you it's about noontime. So if you guys could meet him in the courtyard of the noble houses about then, that is when they're and where they're going to do the memorial. And then they'll all reconvene back at the tavern, where Lady Carowin will set everybody up with like a feast in remembrance of her children, that kind of thing. Dracax is still, cozied up in the stinky archive that smells like old rotten paper.
In other words, I'm nowhere to be seen.
Nowhere. Yeah, you're gone.
And I MacGyver myself some warm tea using my alchemist tools.
Love it.
I'm just making myself at home.
You also did discover, while you were playing with your green vials, that it is antitoxin.
It's what?
It's antitoxin.
Ooh.
And from what you can gather, it's several doses per vial. Just by the strength of it.
So there's myself, Avery, nAga, and Hannalore is with us as well.
Mhm.
And so I turned to Hannalore and I'm like, you want to head over to the priestess, the church again? I'd like to, as we were discussing last night, I'd like to have a look at these trees for myself, have a look with some magic, and just see if I can discern anything from my knowledge of nature as well.
She nods and still has a hard time making eye contact with you.
Altharion just go, alright, Avery and nAga, if you guys want to come with us, you're welcome to. If you guys want to stay here, you're welcome to as well. But yeah, we're gonna head over.
I was planning on going around the town and talking to some of the citizens, see if they had any different perspectives.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea.
Okay.
nAga, any plans other than having food?
No. I'll probably tag along with one of you guys just to make sure we're doing the proper research.
I love it. Proper, yes.
Okay.
Love it.
He continues like blowing random like napkins and stuff across the table with his newfound powers.
Alright.
I love it.
So we're gonna head out. Are you ready to go, Hannalore?
Uh-huh.
Alright. nAga, are you wanting to come with us, or do you want to stay with Avery?
No, I'll come along with you guys.
Okay. Avery, if Rukhar wakes up, or Carric wakes up, go and find Dracax. He's in the archives. He's got to have found something by now, as well. Found out some more info. Okay.
Let's do it.
All right. So you guys get up to the temple, church, whatever you'd like to call it. And you walk in and no one's there. Doors are open. Obviously, you can come and go. And being the first time that you're actually there, Altharion, you kind of take it in for a second. It's very pretty. Not the best that you've seen. And parts of the shrine area that's kind of central in the room is not as mystical as you expected it to be. It's something that places that you've been to trump by tons. Specifically, some towers you've been to, some other shrines that you've been to in the forest are very peaceful, and this is just very built. It looks pretty enough. It's not, taking your breath away, though.
Okay.
As you guys walk through and you get to this corridor, that's when you start to feel a little bit more like, oh, this is what it's all about. And you start to walk through, and the sun coming up and being pretty high is just making the entire room, which still has that velvety appearance, just dance with colors. And you're like, okay, this is where it really starts. And you get to the orchard that's in the back that feels like home to you. These are trees that you've seen before. You recognize them. You just didn't know really, that they were anything different. Like Hannah explained, they do look like aspen trees. Their bark is thick and pretty, and it's luscious green. And in these 6 rows, there's about 30 total trees. The priestess is still nowhere to be found. So what would you like to do?
All right, just making some notes quickly. So the bark is like, I'm just trying to think of how you're describing it. It's kind of like, it's very lively. It's very...
yes, it's very healthy. It's brown. It's not that grayish, sickly look like you expected. They look like you would have seen these trees anywhere in any of the forests that you've frequented. In fact, you do believe that you've seen some of these.
Okay.
Or they're very similar, if not identical.
All right. So first off, I would like to start by performing a nature check.
Okay.
See if I'm able to perceive
Beautiful.
anything. Oh,
no, you're good. You got a 20. That's beautiful. I love it.
Damn.
I mean, that was good. It was a dirty 20, but it's still a 20 nonetheless.
yes.
You don't sense anything strange. They seem super healthy. The leaves, when you feel them, are moist. They're definitely lively. There's no scent like the other tree had either. This smells amazing. They smell very fresh. There's nothing deathly about them that you can tell offhand. And like I said, the bark, when you knock on it, is solid. It doesn't ash away. There's nothing weird. They seem like just regular trees.
Okay. So I'll turn to Hannalore and go, well, I have seen these trees before. They're super heavy, like healthy. The leaves are really like, they're strong, they're moist. They've got a lot of life in them. And you're right that this looks nothing like the other trees. I want to cast before I talk any further. I just say to Hannalore, I'm just gonna do some magic just to see what happens. I'm gonna test detect poison and disease on the tree.
Okay.
Let me just make sure I'm not absolutely crazy. Well, I might be. That's nothing special. But let us see. So as you do this, you do notice that there's something strange. It doesn't look quite like the diseases that you saw of the main tree, but very similar. It gives off an aura that's not well, but it's not death or anything like that either. It's more like a long-term disease that hasn't quite kicked in yet.
Okay.
Kind of like, imagine the start of a tumor. It's very faint, it's very small. Without regular checking, it would probably go out of control rather quickly.
Okay. So I turn to Hannalore and I go, so I do sense something with magic. I actually sense that it's like, whilst this tree does look healthy on the outside, there's just something not right about it. That there's something dormant, like an aura or a disease, like dormant within it, that really isn't starting to, you know, happen. It hasn't kicked in yet. So I think we're at a point where we can potentially deal with these trees before anything bad really happens to them. But that's what I'm getting from detecting the magic, not detecting magic, sorry, detecting poison and disease in the trees. So, whilst, yeah, I just wanted to cover both bases, because the appearance of something, I've seen things in the world that the appearance can look good, but on the inside, it's rotten to the core. And so I was very wary of that.
Interesting.
So it's dormant for now, but if it goes unchecked, then it could run rampant.
Right.
What were we supposed to check? Like, how do we keep it in check?
I don't know.
Okay.
So at this point, the priestess comes in, Corky, and she goes, "Oh, you came back, and you brought friends." And she kind of shuffles up to you guys, and she's like, "What do you think? They're beautiful, aren't they?"
I'll turn to her and go, "Well, first off, I'm Altharion, just so you know."
Sure.
So that we're acquaintances. I'm not the type of person that doesn't introduce themselves. My friend Hannalore here told me about these trees after she came and saw you last night. And I wanted to come down in the morning, kind of have a look at them, because being a ranger of well-traveled paths, know my nature quite well, and I'm able to also use some magic and able to detect poisons and disease and that kind of thing in people as well. And so I did do a bit of a nature check on the tree. It is very healthy. Like, it's solid. The leaves are very moist and strong. It's nothing like the tree that we found in the Sunless Citadel.
Oh, that's a relief.
However, there is a but.
I knew that was coming.
I did detect a very strange aura in the trees. Such an aura that it hasn't actually kicked in yet. It feels as though it's like a long-term disease, and that if it does go unchecked, it will run rampant. And it's just, yeah, I don't know exactly what that disease is, what it'll do, how it'll manifest. I can just tell that there's something wrong with these trees.
It's the first I've heard of that. Well, I've had some people check it out. Some wizards in the area, and none of them have ever told me anything like that. So I'm not sure what to do. She goes, "I love these trees. They're beautiful. They smell so nice. And I feel like I have to take care of them."
Hannah's gonna give Altharion a look.
Describe the look.
The second she says, "I feel like I have to take care of these trees," it's kind of look of like, remember what was going on in the Citadel? Kind of like
an inquisitive, like,
hello, brainwashing again?
Yeah. I'll go. And I'll just kind of see Hannalore, and I go, and I'll nod, and I'll just kind of wipe my hand on my face, bring it back down, and I'll go, "How long have you been looking after these trees?"
Oh, about 10 years. Well, each one that we've planted since then. she kind of like walks around you, and she's mindlessly cleaning up. And she takes this a pail of water, well, that looks kind of like water, and it has like a pinkish glow to it. And she starts to delicately water each one of the trees, one by one, very slowly. And as she's doing that, you notice that aura that you saw dissipates. In each of the trees that she's watering. The whole process takes her a little while, so she's probably only 2 or 3 trees in before you start noticing it rather quickly, that those trees that she just did aren't giving off any kind of sensing anymore.
What are you watering the trees with right now? Just out of
The
curiosity.
pulp of the fruit. We take the fruits, we have to take the seeds out of the fruit, and then we create like a sauce out of it. And then I put that in the water, and then they soak, and then, I have to do something with the water. I can't just throw it out. So I water the trees with their own fruit.
I think I know what's going on.
It's like
here.
tree cannibalism.
Well, I mean, to be fair, plants are cannibals, technically.
Technically speaking.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
What? Who told you, or what told you to do that?
I just don't like waste. So I have to, use the water for something, so I may as well just repurpose it.
So, as you've just been watering those trees, I've felt the aura that I told you about from those trees disappear once you've watered that tree.
Well, that would make a lot of sense if you think about it. The fruit, the red fruit, heals people. So why wouldn't it heal itself, I guess? And she just carries on. And it's very mindless. She's not like, you can't, she doesn't do it because she is actively thinking about doing it. She's just doing it.
How long have you been watering the trees in this fashion?
Well, ever since we got the first fruit and we figured out what it would do, I just tasted a piece and I could see, and we needed to clean it. We created the applesauce so that we could share it, and we've been doing that ever since.
Hannah gives Altharion another look.
Naga's going to ask the last time she was sick.
Oh, it's been many, many years.
Yeah. Okay.
I'll turn and I'll give a very heavy sigh. Not a loud sigh, but like open my mouth and act as though I'm sighing, but no actual like exhale. It's like kind of thing at Hannalore. And I walk over and I just go, the entire town has been eating this fruit. Oh, this is gonna make things difficult.
Murder hobo to a whole new level.
Burn. I got a question.
Well,
Yes, sir.
We're not gonna participate in some genocide.
This is completely
Are you
obviously.
sure? Sorry.
This is completely obviously out of character, right?
Uh-huh.
Have any of the people that have had breakfast had any sort of applesauce?
I specifically said eggs, bacon, sausage. That's all I was eating.
Yeah.
I specifically said.
I am not. I'm
Oh,
not just
no.
talking about today. I am talking about the first day that we came here.
No.
Did any
I
of
will
you
say
guys
no.
have any?
I will
Maybe it was
say
in the
that
water.
I specifically said that it was breakfast. It was eggs and bacon and sausage and biscuits. I never said anything about apples or applesauce.
Okay.
I could make that into anything. Slide that into whatever.
You very well could, but they also, I'm just going to point out, know how expensive this fruit is.
Oh, they wouldn't have
and
wasted it on us.
just how much it would
They
cost
wasted it on
to
us.
share with people they don't know.
Yeah.
But I'm not gonna guarantee anything. I'm just gonna let backtrack for a second. That's what happened. It was very breakfasty. Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, to be fair, like maybe they are onto something here, and this fruit is the good Healy fruit, and not the kill everyone kind of fruit.
I'll turn to nAga and go, but if she first ate the fruit and then had a sense of wanting to just take care of it.
But everyone else was talking about burning all the trees, so like it doesn't seem like that's really like taking that sort of hold. Like this is the first person we've come across who's like, oh, I'm taking care of the trees.
Who knows? Maybe it's only the noble families who have been eating the fruit. We don't know. We don't know who's been having this fruit, and they've been having it for almost 10 years. Like, I'd hate to see what the trees look like that bear this fruit out in the wild, that when they're not looked after like this, that they're not given this water to subside the aura. I'm very what's the right word here? Trepidatious. I'm very trepidatious about who we talk to about this and what we do about it. Because if the noble families have eaten this fruit, they're not going to want to kill the trees. Even Lady Carowin might. The other two families might not.
Oh boy.
This has just gotten 10 times worse than we originally thought. Now, I'm not for killing people in this fashion or dealing with that, but we need to deal with these trees. They are going to be a plague, a legitimate plague, if we do not do something. And if they are linked to Strahd, like we potentially believe they are, that's even worse.
Oh boy.
I pipe up and say, let's go find Drakax and the others. We need to tell them. They need to know.
Anna agrees.
As you guys start to get yourselves ready to leave, Corky is all the way at the other end of the orchard, and she's putting down the pail, and next to her is a what looks like just some pretty shelves, but when she opens a cabinet underneath, you see rows of just looks like mason type jars, and each one of them is labeled. There's just a sticker on the front. You can't really tell what the sticker says because you're pretty far away, but the entire cabinet is filled with this stuff inside jars. And when she refills the bucket, she takes one of the jars, she takes a spoon out of the jar and flops it into the water
my
and
God.
mixes it.
They have so much of it.
Well, yeah, I mean, 10 years worth.
Oh boy.
Literal sense of poison of the fruit of the poisonous tree. Literal sense.
Yep. Oh boy.
I'm getting very much like Apple of Eden vibes. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I'm guessing it's back over to me and Rukhar, who's still asleep on the table.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna walk up to Rukhar after I finish eating all of Altharion's food. And I'm gonna like lean over and take my finger and flick him on the forehead.
Beautiful.
I was just thinking we probably should have checked to make sure he was still breathing.
I'm gonna lean over and be like, you good?
think he's even gonna feel that at this point.
Love it. I love it so much.
Hmm.
I don't get this. Okay, perfect. So as you guys start to try to wake everybody up and get everybody, get everybody's attention, you start to all kind of make your way towards the archives to find Regex, knowing that you're leaving Rukhar in the
Tavern.
pub or tavern, and you see that pretty much everybody in the town is making their way towards the noble courtyard, and you can smell the fire already. You can tell that there's a couple of extra guards at that front gate that to their entrances. And when you do go in, you do see the mayor, who waves at you, points at his wrist, and continues on. So you're getting pretty close to it being time for it to start, but you still have about an hour or so.
Okay.
Jack, are you awake in there?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm fully awake.
Okay.
I'm sipping away on my tea.
Throughout the rest of this little bit of time, and you continued shuffling through some of the books, you did find a very strange journal, and the journal was written by what seems to be Malcor Harpel. And as you've looked through it, you discovered that he used to come to the town rather regularly. He was one of the wizards in a tower that was pretty local to here, and he used to visit the temple or shrine. I think I have it as a shrine, at least once a week for about a period of almost 2 years. Never really speaking to anybody, just going to the temple, maybe stopping by the tavern or the blacksmith, and pretty much what seems to be giving like donations rather than purchasing things. He would give a ridiculous amount of gold for simple items. And it was somebody was writing notes in the journal that he had written out in a language you can't decipher. It looks more like hieroglyphs than anything else. And they were writing little notes of what he would do on the days that he would be in the town.
Whoa, hold up. I can't decipher it?
Yeah.
Why exactly?
Because it is a language that he made up specifically for this reason.
Lovely.
Right.
I love the literally curveball that you came up with just for me.
Just for you, my love. Yes. But
It
does
literally makes my
some things. Yeah.
it makes my eyes completely obsolete.
It's just for this journal. He does have his name written on the front of it, so you do know that it belongs to him. And there's some pieces that are written in what seems like, just common, but it's basics. Like, I purchased a healing potion. Things very, very simply. I saw the Duchess. I saw the Priestess. Everything else is in what looks like just hieroglyphs.
And what's his name again? How do you spell it?
His name is Malcor, Malchor, Harpel, Harpell.
All right, I'm actually gonna just pocket the journal.
You got it. As everybody else walks in, you can reconvene your conversations.
Alrighty, chat. Hope you're all enjoying us
We're
playing
almost
some
done.
D&D.
I promise,
It's
for
great
tonight.
fun. Absolutely loving it.
So it's getting very interesting.
Muted.
Yeah, I know. It's all good.
I'm just sitting there in the main desk,
Mhm.
sipping my tea. not caring anything about what's going on outside. I hear people walking by the building. I'm like, eh.
So
None
Altharion
of my
will
business.
pipe up and go, Drakax, we're invited to this memorial. Like, come on, man. You know,
I will grab the registered, hand it to him, and I'm like, go.
Okay. Because the archives is right near the courtyard of the noble houses. So we all make our way over there, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
After grabbing Drakax.
Okay, cool. So as you do, you walk up, and the guards just kind of move to the side for you. Everyone in the town is obviously invited. Typically, these gates would be closed. And you've walked past the guards before, and you actually remember speaking to them. They were the ones that pointed you over. And when you walk in, only these three houses are extravagant looking. They're large. They don't fit at all. And there's probably about 70 or so people between on the front porches of the houses or just right around the fire. And you do see Lady Carowin sitting she's dressed in all black, obviously, and her robe is black, and she has a veil, and you can tell that she's been obviously trying to grieve a little bit. And next to her are two empty chairs with both signet rings on each one, and black veils over the tops of each of the chairs. There's no one standing near her. She's pretty much by herself, and she's just staring into this fire pit that's in the center. And when you guys do make your way fully in, the mayor does say, okay, we have everyone here. And he says a brief few words just about how much they loved the children, so on and so forth. I'm not going to drive you through the whole thing. And Lady Carowin stands up and she goes, if it wasn't for these travelers coming to help, I would not know what happened to my children, and we'd still be wondering and looking for them. And it's my sincere thank you for doing that for us. And she continues on just saying a little speech about, the town and how much love she has for everyone. And she picks up the rings and she throws them into the fire.
Well done.
Everyone kind of takes like a moment. And she sits back down, and one person leaves, and then a few more. It's very quiet and very eerie. And she goes, "We could go." And she stands up and she just starts walking through everyone, and she kind of like nods to you guys to come along with her. And instead of going towards the tavern where everyone else seems to be going, she goes into the archives. When you get inside, she tells you to take a seat so she can explain some things. And she says that she has instructed the guards to collect the trees from the townspeople. Not to do anything with specifically until we know what we're dealing with, but to collect them and leave them in her courtyard so that when they do decide what to do, they are all accounted for. She mentions that there's a little bit of a trouble with this, though, because the priestess won't give up her trees. And she doesn't really know how to deal with it. She almost wants to just leave her with the trees. She's been taking care of them for 10 years, and she seems to really have them under control. But she can't take care of all of the trees. It's not possible. And she asks you a little bit about what you might have learned over the course of the night. The mayor did fill her in that you wanted to do some research of your own.
Yeah. So, Altharion will pipe up and go, it's a good thing that you're starting to collect the trees. I did go and inspect the ones at the church, being the trees that all the other trees came from, as well as some knowledge that Hannalore had spoken to the priestess about as well.
Okay.
Here's what we know. The trees that are in the town, from our research, are only been, like, they were planted from the red fruit. The priestess had some knowledge that the red fruit is the life-giving fruit, and the white fruit was the death fruit. Now, the offspring trees will only create the fruit of the tree, the fruit that it's planted from. So, because all the trees in the town have been from the red fruit, they've got the red fruit bearing on them. Now, they're very healthy trees. They're very lush and green. I have seen them elsewhere throughout the continent in my travels. The leaves are
Berry part.
Yes. The leaves are moist and lively. They're very strong. And it's nothing like the tree that was down in the Sunless Citadel. However, and this is the part where I said it's a good thing you started to round them up. There's a strange aura coming from these trees. That they're just not well. It feels as though, like, from my sensing magically, that there is a dormant disease that's a long-term disease that hasn't kicked in yet. Now, from further talking with the priestess and seeing what she's done by watering the plants. How she does that is she gets some of the sauce that's made from the fruit of the tree, puts it in a bucket, adds water, stirs it, and then puts that water into the trees. That water stops that aura from being present.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense.
So, and the priestess herself has actually eaten the fruit, like, directly.
Many times.
Yeah.
Many times.
And that is why she's so reluctant to give up those trees.
Did she tell you she was blind before she ate the fruit?
No.
No, she did not.
No one else was sick.
You're muted, Fire.
When the goblins came through, and came with Balak to sell us the first fruit. And we had a blind priestess. She was actually sent here because of that, and we are such a small town that they thought that she would be able to thrive and help us, and we would take care of her. And when we got the fruit, she ate a piece, and she could see within like 24 hours.
Yeah. Okay. Can you?
That's. Yeah.
You keep on going, Lady Caro, and I'll ask my question once you're done.
I think that ever since then, she's had at least one piece of every fruit that's come through here.
Okay, that's good to know. My question is, who else has had this fruit?
Sunstars won't go near it, so you can count them out. I think most... The mayor has definitely had some. The Vitroskas have had some. I believe they keep some. I have not. And maybe some townfolk who've been ill over the course of the past few years.
Oh boy.
Yeah, that's a lot of people that are going to be very hesitant to wanting to give up this fruit.
We can tell already. The mayor considered possibly arresting people for it, but I don't think that's necessary. I think that we need to just confiscate them. And we could do that. It's not a large town. We do control most of everything here. But I'm just afraid of what it's going to do when we do.
In what way?
Well, if they're that attached to the trees themselves or the fruit alone, what's going to happen if we take them away?
Yeah. Now, the way we dealt with the other tree is we burnt it.
We've been burning the bad seedlings for a long time as well.
Okay. Has that been helping dealing with them?
We haven't seen anything. There's been no weird sprouts or any ill conditions after doing so.
Okay.
That I've seen anyway. Yeah.
That's a good sign. Because to my knowledge, there will be some trees that will progenate through when they're set on fire. They'll actually spread their seeds when that does happen. So the fact that you have been setting these bad seeds on fire and they haven't, you haven't necessarily seen them, it's a good sign that fire is a good solution to the problem.
Yes. You notice they look a little bit like aspen trees, right? Like you see that. I think that could be part of the problem. Because aspens grow seedlings and drop seedlings through root sprouts. So if these are rooted into the ground, they could pop up outside of our domain.
Yeah. That's what we're worried about.
I'm aware. So no matter what, we can't control the continent. We can't fix everything. So I think that my main course now is to just control our domain and let other mayors and nobles do what they feel is necessary for their regions.
Yeah. Do you have any contacts that you can spread this word to?
Absolutely. I will do my best. And any traveler that comes through, I will have my guards make sure that they leave with information.
Okay.
To spread very quickly.
Are you able to potentially get House Sunstar on board with this as well, and have them also help in this manner?
They don't really talk to us. They're only out at night anyway. That's the only time they come out of their house. We've been like that since far back as I can remember. As a kid, I remember that. I'm sure if we knocked on the door, we could probably ask them to, and maybe they can let some of their family know. But we shall see.
Yeah. I have 2 questions.
Yeah.
One, just because I don't know in D&D. Do D&D vampires not have the ability to go out at night or out in the day?
Correct.
Okay. Is that common knowledge?
Yes. They technically would have a sensitivity to light. So they just avoid it. It's not necessarily that anything would happen to them, but it's a really high sensitivity.
Okay, we'll note. It will, and whenever we can have a moment to step away, Hannah will kind of poke that at Altharion of like, I don't want to jump to conclusions. I know I'm not good at this, but it makes sense. With having the Sunless Citadel there, with the tree there already, and them kind of continuously trying to propagate all these trees, she'll kind of,
yeah,
tell Altharion that she's a gut feeling.
Yeah. So yeah, it's.
I'm gonna go throw some garlic at them.
Yeah, really, the best thing that...
I can see Drac just like throwing grated garlic at the house.
Or Nacho, now that he's got the cooking proficiency.
I love it so much.
So yeah, Lady Carowin, I think spreading the word as best as we can, to our knowledge, and I think this is something you don't share with others. And I think this is privileged information. We believe it's potentially linked with Strahd.
Oh, that's worse. Okay.
Yes, that is why I don't want you to spread that information.
Yeah, only a few people would know of that history. Only a very few, and we've kept it out of anywhere that we possibly could, just so that people couldn't find it.
Yeah.
But we do actually remember, I remember specifically when my children were very small, that Tatiana came through here with some druids, and we directed them to safety in the Citadel. At that point was still very ripe with dragon protectors. and we expected them to just protect them, and I never saw them again. So I assumed that they were fine, but history comes back to bite you in the butt.
Yeah.
I've heard rumors. I just didn't think anything of it. But oh, that's horrible. Okay, so I will keep that to myself.
Yeah.
We will not share that around. Especially don't tell the mayor, please. That would be really bad.
Yeah. To kind of further give you more information after what you've just told us, that actually confirms a little bit of what Barak had told us when we were down there.
Okay.
The tree was spawned after Tatiana was killed with a stake. And the tree came from that stake.
Okay, that's a little out of my wheelhouse. However, a little bit further north are some very powerful wizards who might be able to give you some information based on that stake and perhaps where all of this came from and happened. I can get you some names.
With her mentioning wizards, I will ask if one of them perchance is Malcor Harper? Or...
Yes, it is. Malcor Harpel came through for several years. I've spent a lot of time with our priestess and kind of researching and testing some of the trees to see anything he could learn. It was the only family that we actually shared this information with because they're one of the elites in the area, and we thought that was the best idea to do because the goblins never really passed us this way anyway.
Okay.
So, yeah, you might be able to find him a little bit further north. Maybe I haven't seen him in many years though. But they should have contacts there.
Okay.
And another question. You mentioned druids.
Yeah.
Is one of the druids named Pert?
Oh yes, that's one of the first ones that we met. Well, that I met anyway. I do believe, if I'm not mistaken, there were many prior to that as well that came through. My mother probably wrote some notes somewhere, but I don't know where she put anything. That would probably be best asked to maybe the I don't know about the mayor. I wouldn't trust the mayor. She's like, I didn't say that.
I will nod and thank her for the information. Look at the group, like, I think our best bet figuring anything out in regards to the trees is to go try to meet the wizards.
I agree. If they've got more knowledge about this, then yeah, because I mean,
they definitely do.
Yeah,
they definitely
whether it is
have more
knowledge. Or the you specifically told me when was the last time that they saw the wizard?
The wizard was probably there about 7 years ago, give or take. He was in and out for about 2 years. That's what that specific journal that you found was for a 2-year span.
Okay. So considering that they haven't seen the wizard in a few years, but or at least the wizard that I read of. I'm not going to tell them specifically where I read it.
Yeah.
I'm just mentioning.
Well,
the
you were in the
name,
archive all night long, so it would
well,
make sense
yeah,
that
but
you've seen some names.
they don't. Yeah, they just don't know that I have the journal.
Yeah,
and I'm gonna keep it that way. I think our plan is to try to find this specific person or their descendants, as we don't know exactly what made it happen to them, and get some answers as to why they spent so much time with the priestess and the trees, and what we can do to stop the trees.
Yeah,
at least for the time being.
Because I mean, I've been patrolling this area for the last 30 years, and I don't know if my memories, if I've got it in my backstory, if I've seen these trees a lot. Like, obviously, like we had said, that I do recognize them, but I'm not sure like how often I've seen them in my past travels.
in thinking about it, now that you're getting more information, you've really only seen a few over the past handful of years. It's definitely become more often, and they didn't seem like anything out of the normal. They seemed to grow healthy, they looked fine. It never occurred to you to check them. But it's definitely only been within the last handful, five or so years.
Okay.
So on that, Lady Carowin, she gives you each a seal, a note, that has all of the information and who to contact if anybody has more information, which would be her. And she gives it to you guys. So each of you end up with this note with her seal, and pretty much permission to speak with the nobles in the area. That won't cause any alert. You know, you could technically walk up and knock on a door and show them this, and you'd probably be fine. Since this is where we're going to do the kickoff, she's gonna look at Hannah, and she's gonna go, I need you to do me a special favor.
Hannah will nod and be like, okay.
I need you to go home and spread this to everyone you can think of. Tell all of the temples and the churches that you can get into about this so that they stop it, because there are more priestesses and priests that are doing this everywhere, and I don't know of anybody better.
Hannah will nod and say, absolutely, I will.
And she gives you an additional note that gives more information that's a little bit more high level. And she kind of rushes you guys at this point and goes, go, you don't have time. I'm going to keep collecting as much as I can, and we'll take whatever we have to get through it and collect the rest of the trees in the town. And I'll spread as much as I can, and I will speak with Sunstar and see if I can get them on board. Hopefully I can. But in the meantime, go. Do your best. I appreciate it so much for all of your help and all of the information that you've given us. And she gives each of you a ring with her signet on it. So it's the House Hukrell symbol. And she goes, you saved my children from a much worse death than they probably ever would have had. And you're now part of my family, and I appreciate you. For enemies specifically, this ring is worth about 2,000 gold each. It's inlaid with rubies and sapphires, and it's platinum. It's beautiful. But each of you get one. So that's your extra compensation there, my dear. But she tells you, you can come and go as you please. You're always welcome here. And she kind of looks outside and sees the sun is starting to set a bit. It's getting a little bit lower in the sky. It's about mid-afternoon. And she goes, I have to go to the dinner, and you guys have to go before anybody sees you. And she kind of tucks out, puts a hood on, and goes around the back of the archive.
It's not sketchy at all.
No.
nAga whispers, man, they really like rings in this town.
Who do?
Like, everyone has it.
nAga, it's a
Oh my
sign of
God.
authority. Like, it's a really big deal. Like, to be given a ring like this, it means that you're representing that
group.
house.
Yeah, it's a huge
We can keep discussing the ring and stuff on the road. Let's head out.
Alright,
Okay.
guys.
This
So-
is where
Well,
we're
now I know what I'm going
Yeah.
to start collecting.
Yes. Yeah.
It's at this point, as we're starting to walk out, it's the first time you'll see Altharion don his hood on his thing, and then he'll also cast Disguise Self at the same time. So what that'll do, it'll kind of darken, like it'll make the hood like really like darken his appearance, and really like you can only just kind of see like a small bit of distinguishing features as he's walking through the town.
So that
it's
is
not
where.
dark enough. And then later.
No, not yet. Not yet.
Okay.
Soon. But that's when we'll wrap up And we will start the next leg of our adventure next time as we say goodbye to Hannalore, and she breaches her way back home to share her information and spread as much. Maybe we'll see her again in the future. But you can all make your goodbyes and do as you wish. And when we do start the next leg, if anybody else would like to change characters, now would be the best opportunity. Obviously, we can do so in the future as well, but if you want to think about it for the week and then decide, let me know. I will be glad to assign you guys some character sheets so you can play around if you'd like. And we'll kick up the Curse of Strahd.
Yeah, nice.
Bye, guys.
I need a character sheet for a certain evil thing.
You got
Just
it.
saying.
I've already done my certain evil thing.
Beautiful. Love it.
I have an idea for an evil thing, but I don't know how to make it happen. So I might have to talk with you, Bird.
You got it. We can do that. Absolutely.
Cool.
But
I also have my idea, but
yes, I love it. I love all the ideas. So good. So good. I'm so excited. And if anybody decides that they don't want to continue, because the next leg is pretty long, please just let me know. No hard feelings. There's no harm in it. I'm having a blast, and I really appreciate you guys playing with me.
Yep.
It's been awesome. I can't wait for next week.
Yeah.
I'm excited. I'm excited to bring in a new character.
Yeah. I'm in it for the long haul. Like, I'm absolutely loving it. It's so good.
Yay! I'm so excited.
So much fun.
But yes, beautiful, awesome.
Alright,
So yeah,
I hate to run so fast. but
go
do
run.
that.
I
do have to
totally-
go.
I know.
All right.
Do
Good
what
night,
you gotta do,
guys.
Nacho. See
And
ya.
also,
Good night.
good morning, Scotty. All right, bye.
Good afternoon. But yeah.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Bye.
Yeah. Alright, I'm just gonna wrap up my stream. I will be
You got
back
it.
shortly.
Beautiful.
Samesies.
Alrighty, chat. Alrighty. I was gonna do a bit of hobby, but considering it's almost 2 o'clock and my wife's actually going to be doing an essay for uni, I'm actually just going to wrap it there. I do have some hobby that I was planning on doing, but we'll do that on Tuesday. I want to thank everyone for hanging out with us tonight. It was absolutely awesome to kind of do a lot more role-playing and do some investigating. I'm really loving Altharion as a character. He's just so much fun to play and to have those abilities that he's able to do. It's really a lot of fun. I'm really enjoying it, and I hope you guys are as well. It's been absolutely awesome to play some D&D with everyone. So what we're going to do is we're going to send off a raid. I know it's only small, but we're going to send it over. We're going to send it over to a good friend of mine, iEnemyBeneath. But before I do, I'm just going to let you know, if you aren't already in the Discord, I'm going to point up the link. Jump in the Discord there if you want to catch me on any of my socials. Not that way. If you want to catch me on any of the socials, there are all the links to let you know what's coming up this week. We're going to have Tuesday night hobby once again, and I'll finish off the Necrons and keep on working on those Terminators. We'll have Friday night hobby as well, where I'll be continuing on those Terminators, hopefully finishing them, maybe, we'll see, and potentially starting another Space Marine unit. We might start work on those 10 Scouts. We'll see how we go. And then we'll have D&D. We'll have Session 7, first session of Curse of Strahd. Altharion will keep on tracking in his all-hooded darkness that is himself. It's great fun. I'm absolutely loving playing D&D. I know it's probably not, there's only a couple of people watching it, I understand. It's completely different to just hobbying and hanging out and doing that. But I actually really do love this and enjoy this. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to send off that raid to iEnemyBeneath. A good friend. Ruh-roh, I think I lost a piece for my Centurions. Get ready to primer and bolters are missing. Oh no. Oh no, Dragoon. I'm sorry to hear that, good friend. Good sir. So yeah, we're going to head over to iEnemyBeneath. Show him some love. If you are a sub, feel free to spam that raid emote as we go in. It's gonna be awesome fun. But ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for hanging out with us today. It's been absolutely awesome playing D&D with you guys hanging out. Magnetize it. Oh, that's rough, Dragoon. That's rough. So yeah, we're going to hang out with Iron Smithy for a bit. In chat, feel free to put in a raid as well. It's going to be absolutely awesome. But ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for hanging out with us. I've been ScottyD49, and I'll catch you on Tuesday night from 7 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. And don't forget, the giveaway has started as well. Just before I wrap up, if you haven't got an entry, you can head over there and get an entry. You can also hit !ticket !1 to get your ticket in there as well. But I've been ScottyD49, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for hanging out with us, and I shall catch you on Tuesday.